Okay, well, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for being here. Um, it's going to be a very exciting day for us in the studio, the culmination, the celebration of the studio work that we did, well, the students did this semester. So the way, as you probably have already figured out, the way has been organized is in 3 sessions. We have this first session until noon, and we have another session at 12:30 and a third session at 3. So luckily, the studio, the numbers of students in the studio coincided with the number of time slots that we have here, because actually the group was organized in 3 teams of 4 students. And well, there's one team of 3 students. So pretty much what we will be doing here this morning is reviewing the work of one group. So it's going to be for the work of 4 students, but it's just one body of work, it's one project as a whole, right? So that's what we will be doing. So I think that we have plenty of time within this couple of hours for the students to present. I'm going to ask them to be brief, but to present, with detail what you have done. And then we have plenty of time for comments. I don't know if it's going to take us the 2 hours, the complete 2 hours, but I mean, I think we'll have time for actually discussing the projects in depth, and perhaps other issues that come up with this type of projects that we are doing. I want to introduce briefly our reviewers today. Melissa Schumacher. She's a faculty member at Universidad de las Americas in Puebla. We have been working, Melissa and I, on this project for a little bit more than a year, trying to organize the studios and thought about a workshop together that we wanted to carry out in Puebla. Unfortunately, this contingency, this pandemic situation actually started right when we were in Puebla, or started to get more serious when we were in Puebla, and we had to suspend, and I will say postpone. We will try again, hopefully next year, but suspend the activities that we had in Puebla in the middle of our site visit. But she's a faculty member, as I mentioned there, and she teaches studio and other classes. And then her students actually are working exactly with the same project. Michael Garrison, you probably remember Michael from our midterm review. Michael is a professor here at UT who teaches studios, advanced studios, and also comprehensive building technology driven type of studios, and also classes that are on building technology, environmental controls, and so forth. He has a number of publications on that topic and is one of the experts in the faculty on that field. Claire Montfrance, right? She's a former student, is a graduate from our program. How long ago did you graduate?
It's been 4 years now.
4 years, right? But I think we met, right? Was
yes,
very last years. So yeah, she's now working as an architect. Can you tell us a little bit more of what you do?
Sure. Yes, I'm working with Mel Lawrence Architects, and I work mostly on our public projects. I also co-founded architecture and public art studio with Elizabeth Farrell, and we co-taught a vertical studio about 2 years ago as well.
2 years ago, that's right. And then Ernesto Bilbao. Ernesto is an architect with a degree in architecture from university in Ecuador, but also Rice University. And he's one of our PhD students right now. He joined us in our previous midterm review. And so you are familiar with Ernesto as well. He's doing a thesis where his thesis involves actually public space and design of open spaces. And in Ecuador, he won an international competition on that regard. So anyway, I think that's it for our viewers. We are complete, so we are all set to get started. I don't know if any of the reviewers have any questions. I shared the video. I don't know if you guys had the chance to actually look at it. I mean, so hopefully that was helpful. The students will also talk about the site and introduce the site. I just wanted to give you a set of context of what we are doing. It has been helpful when I am in reviews to have the work of the students also available on the computer, so you know that you have access to it through a link on Box. You can access the students' presentation if you want to have it on your computer. So from this point, I'm just going to let Sydney, Victoria, Eliza, and Diamond take over and share their screen and start their presentation.
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria, and I'm a Master of Architecture student.
And I'm Sydney, also an MArch student.
I'm Diamond. I'm also an MArch student with a specialization in sustainable design.
And I'm Eliza, and I'm a historic preservation student.
So our team, entitled Corazon de Colonia, when presented with the reality of the current situation that we're facing, given the pandemic, took an interest in assessing the community's healthcare infrastructure, their current living conditions, and the quality of life that it presents. In the wake of COVID-19, we thought it crucial to address the topic of adequate medical access and found this setting to be a unique study opportunity. Adequate medical access transcends cultures and socioeconomic statuses and is a fundamental right for all. With that said, our proposal carves out dedicated spaces for the community to improve their social, physical, and mental health. Conio Agrarista is a tight-knit community that works democratically. They elect their leaders under the premise of who they think will best represent them, and they are typically elders and those that they think are most capable of leading. We wanted to empower the Colonia by giving them resources that they lack as they are isolated and further removed from larger municipalities. When beginning our work, we read and discussed with Dr. Peter Ward the Health and Housing Comprehensive Needs Assessment generated by his team of UT student researchers who also traveled to Colonia Agrarista and 3 other communities of similar size and scale. And in analyzing, we summarized key points of their work, revealing relationships between members of the community and their perceptions on health and their quality of life and access to fundamental infrastructure, which you can see on this slide. So of the 306 members of the community, 42% experience difficulty in accessing healthcare, 42% say that they're dissatisfied with their care available, and 35% see a private practitioner as their primary care provider. 36% walk to access clinicians, and when they experience something as minor as a sting from a scorpion, they must travel to Atlixco or Xochitl to be treated. 39% of members report that they live in a household with a member of their family with a chronic illness, and 25% report that someone in their household experiences a disability. Of the 306 people, only 20% have access to vehicles. Food insecurity is reported as 18%, and 36% believe that healthcare problems aren't related to the conditions in their homes, like quality of air. And then the chart to the right shows how many people at the time of the report accessed healthcare within the 3-month period. And it seems to be an imbalance given that so many have reported chronic illness and disabilities and food insecurity and whatnot. So it shows that less people have access to healthcare in that period of time. So moving on to the program diagram, we continued our analysis by analyzing overlaps in programmatic elements, essentially splitting the site into 2 categories, administration and wellness related aspects. And we found that these elements of the site were more connected than there were opportunities for administration and health to be integrated. We felt that when you target the improvement of things like water management, existing infrastructure, and expansion, it can result in increased physical health and better social connections and economic prosperity.
Yeah, this is the existing site plan, and this is the admin building. a shading structure. This structure is used for the gathering and all. Like this is the church, and this is the existing water tower. Here, like water goes to the individual building to their own storage tank, and this is the existing clinic. Uh, this is a new building which has a nurse which can take only a small issues like a fever and headache, but for the major serious things they have to go to the other town. This is some of the old clinic which is now used as a storage space. And the slope, this is the highest point of the site, and the slope goes this way. And these are the kind of retaining walls which is created in the site, which is of 8 to 10 feet difference. And they are building a new retaining wall on the road here. And this is the main access to the site which connects to the other towns. And there are some of the few access to the buildings right now, here and here. And the people of the town has created their own way of pedestrian paths, like connecting from one point to the other point. And yeah, so this is the site analysis which we have done. Like this is the indication of sun path, showing the 12 p.m. time for all seasons, and the wind direction. This we have studied to get to know the position, to know how to position the building according to the ventilation, to get to know the ventilation and the light area. Yeah, next.
Okay. So to respond to those conditions, this is an axon of our overall proposal. We've introduced terracing throughout to make the site fully accessible, and also connect these kind of 3 different zones. We have a landscape strategy with native plants that we'll get into later in the presentation. And then some new architecture to promote physical well-being as well as community health. And with all of these buildings, we try to not make them look so much inward, but really have them respond to outdoor spaces to facilitate this kind of indoor-outdoor condition, so that there's lots of space for gathering and so that the community can enjoy the site, the total site.
Yeah, this is the master plan. This is the administrative building which we have proposed, a treatment plant for drinking water treatment, and that's solar panels on the top. And this is some basketball court area and a playing area for the kids, and some shading structure for the sittings. And this is the garden space. This is the existing church, clinic, and a water tower. And we have proposed a new clinic building and a wet clinic.
So our strategy for the site consists of 3 main points. The first references the 2 categories mentioned earlier of health and administration. On the left half, that would be more of the administrative half, and the right half being more of the physical health related programmatic elements. We began our design with the intentions of creating a bilateral site division of programming. And the second is terracing. We divided the site in 3, leveling the topography on each platform. The final strategy was a desire to capitalize on views of the valley and the volcano.
And then this is just a diagram to show kind of our proposed phasing. We recognize that with Colonia Agariza being a rural community with limited resources, that it is probably not feasible to introduce all of the new buildings at the same time. But we thought that the critical buildings that should be introduced first are the government building and the water treatment plant, and then 2 of the proposed clinic complex expansion buildings. And then the rest of the clinic, including the vet clinic, could be carried out at a later time. But the whole clinic complex would sort of give them a complete healthcare system. But yeah, we recognize that it probably would not be feasible to implement it all at one time.
Right, so through these following sections, there are three that are coming up, and through them, we really thought that they illustrated one of the most challenging aspects of the site, which was its complex terrain. It's got a very significant slope running from the top of the site by where the water tower is, down to, let's see, so up here, down to the lower street, it's got quite a significant drop. And so confronting this grade change was a really crucial part of our site development. So we worked through several different iterations, and we really discussed as to how can we integrate these three platforms that we want to have. What do our access points look like? Who can access these? Are we doing ramps or stairs? How can we soften changes between these primary three terraces here? And so we wanted to integrate subtle terracing that would break up the space through those three primary ones and provide smaller opportunities for engagement. So specifically, you can see on this level here, we had integrated a playground. That was one of the things that the community had really expressed a need for. And we wanted to take an opportunity to take a space that would otherwise not be really useful and give it a purpose. So if you go to the next slide, let's see if I can clear all those again. So this plan, it integrates multiple routes and entry points throughout the site. Specifically in this section, one example that you can see is through here where we integrated terracing and steps together to activate that space and give opportunities for engagement. There's a stage-like platform. There's lots of landscape flower beds through that space. That is where we're having lots of trees and shades. So it's spaces for individuals to hang out and to enjoy just the site overall. So if you go to the next slide. And so here you can really get a sense of the rise of the site and how we tried to integrate the ramping in kind of informal, an informal path throughout the site. So here again is that playground section right there that's supposed to bring together that middle terrace and that lower terrace and connect them through that subtle terracing. And so everything kind of rises and plays off of it itself. And so you can go to the next slide. And so for us, another really important aspect of this site was the vegetation and the landscaping. Because one of the primary desires of the community, one of the biggest expressions that they gave us was, we need shade. This is a hot site. It can get really intense. And so the current site is pretty barren and dry, and we wanted to generate this feeling of a green, shaded, inviting space that the community could gather in. And so we wanted to create moments of natural pause. We wanted to create moments of reflection through landscaping. And by incorporating trees and shrubs, we wanted to improve the overall air quality of the space and make recreational opportunities more inviting. So we were really trying to focus in on, like, how can we bring the community into this space and improve their quality of life? So we chose to incorporate shade trees and xeriscaping throughout the site. We focused on colors and fragrances through flowering trees and shrubs to create a really pleasant sensorial experience, something that you would just want to be in. We wanted to create opportunities for the community to directly reap benefits of the landscaping. So we decided to integrate peach trees and orange trees throughout the site, just as opportunities to have a local fruit product. We also wanted to incorporate flower beds for chrysanthemums and baby's breaths that could be used for cultural events during the year. Another aspect of the site that we really wanted to incorporate was gravel instead of concrete, as it has really effective drainage. We also had concrete planters and concrete seeders throughout the site to break up the space. So here's just a few examples of those, and create more informal, intimate spaces through the landscaping. So if you go to the next slide, this is our palette that we were using. So we chose for xeriscaping, or we focused on xeriscaping in response to the climate. And so that was focusing on feather grasses, on agave, on barrel cactuses, yucca, prickly pear, plants that are drought resistant. They live well in the area. They bring color and they flower. And then we also were having flowering shrubs like oleander, plumeria, hibiscus, bright, colorful flowers that can really fill the space and make them a pleasant, pleasing area. A really important part was trees. They were a major component to the site. So we wanted to incorporate these iconic purple jacaranda trees for their vibrant color and the lovely shade that they bring, the ash and the white oak. These were all trees that are really effective for shade and make that kind of indoor-outdoor permeable space. And peach and orange trees as well to bring fragrance and food supply. So if you move to the next slide. So this is a section that kind of illustrates what that terracing and what our plan would look like in a more immediate way. So here you can see the layering of soft natural grasses and agave down here with cactus as well. And then over here you have your shade trees. So all of this is supposed to kind of create a soft outdoor natural space that plays with the architecture to create a kind of permeable space and indoor-outdoor inviting movement.
Yeah, the people of the town complained about the water issues. They get their water either from the well or the river, which is located far away, and the quality of the water is very bad. So we are proposing a water treatment plant to purify the drinking water. We are also proposing to collect rainwater and then treat it and supply it. So Puebla gets an average of 820 mm of rainfall every year from June to September. So consider if the area of 50 square meters, and with this 800 mm of rainfall every year, we can store approximately 30,000 liters per year, that is 2,500 liters per month. This is the diagram indicating the 3 ways which we are proposing to collect and purify water. Next. So the one way is that we are treating the water from the water tower in the treatment plant, and the second way is like collecting the water from the roof of the buildings, each buildings, and store it in the cisterns near the buildings and then transfer it to the water treatment plant. And the third is that we are like collecting the water runoff from the ground, which you can see like this is the indication of that. Collecting the water from the ground through the way of channels integrated into the landscape. This is the perspective view of that, like how tunnels, how it would look. Yeah.
Okay, and then moving on to the buildings that we've introduced. They're all designed with the same, pretty much the same construction methods. We looked at these precedents. These images are precedent images of Francis Carré projects in Africa. So we borrowed heavily from those buildings, especially with the double roof system. So just moving from the bottom to the top, we have, a concrete foundation, and then we're choosing rammed earth for the walls because they can be made like self-constructed with soil from the site or from nearby. They also act as a thermal mass, and they're quite beautiful. So we thought it was a good choice to use rammed earth. Then for the ceiling, or I guess the bottom roof, we are proposing a kind of system that would be similar to the Villeta y Bobadilla system that is currently used widely in Colonia Agarista. So this is kind of showing that system of like concrete beams and bricks or CMUs, which would allow the roof to be permeable to the rooms below and facilitate ventilation. And then this top roof could be self-constructed with just like steel rebar to make the space frame modules. So that could be pretty easily welded by people in the community. And then this metal decking roof provides protection from the elements for the rammed earth walls, and also creates shade and keeps the buildings cool. And then these are axons showing the like 3 typologies. They're pretty similar, except for this water treatment facility, where it's pretty much just an open air building, but with this extensive overhanging roof. So yeah, you can see the system here, and the idea is that it's all materials that can be pretty much locally sourced and self-constructed by people in the town.
So as Sydney mentioned earlier, we wanted to integrate landscape and create indoor-outdoor porous thresholds into the architectural experience. In terms of the government building, we made a decision to relocate the structure to a space on the lower terrace, situated along the main road and entrance to the Colonia Square at the northernmost corner of the site. The community expressed interest in creating a new structure, even a 2-story structure, to give it more prominence and expand on what they can do programmatically. The siting allows for principal views of the valley of the volcano. And the facility also expands upon what is currently in existence, adding classrooms and a reading room on the left for the community workshops or conditioned meetings. The structure on the left creates a partially open air experience that can shade gatherings for community government. The double roof also expands over the president's office in the lower half. And the space between buildings creates a corridor for accessibility to the buildings and also a direct link to the play space in the back of the site. So these sections and elevations reveal the spaces created in the double roof structure and also the relationship to the landscape, as do the other set of sections and elevations, just giving more of a spatial experience.
This is the water treatment plant. So we wanted to create a space which that the plant can be used for like making it a usable space, not just treating it as a space where people don't go over there. So we have created a huge shading structure so that it can be used as a meeting space or a market space or a gathering space, and for the people to use. And the people that they have a festival every year, from all over the town, people will come around and gather. So we wanted to create that kind of space, and with this plant we wanted to integrate the stage and around here. And this is the water drinking area, where the treated water, people can access directly from this area. So that people walking around the side, they can go around and drink the water. And this space connects to the other this building acts as a connecting space from both the terracing. And we have created a double roof structure for this because of this hugeness. And we also wanted to provide solar panels on the top here, so that some of the energies that is generated can be used for the water treatment. Yeah, this is some of the sections and elevations. Yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, this is our proposal for an expanded clinic. This is the existing clinic, so it's just building off of that. This is a waiting room, and then this building contains exam rooms and treatment rooms, and also some utility closets. And then this is bathrooms, and this is a space that we propose for potentially phase 3 of just overflow space if the community needs expanded clinic operations, but it can also be used kind of for classrooms or a meditation space. And then this is the proposal for our vet clinic that provides just a shaded space for animals to be examined outside, but also an indoor space for operations or treatments that need to be done in a fully enclosed space. And then this elevation shows sort of the entrance to the clinic with the existing clinic over here. And these sections show the courtyard scheme. So all of the circulation through the clinic would be just outdoor. And then the windows for the clinic building are louvered windows, so that it can provide privacy but still be operable for ventilation and sunlight to be controlled. So yeah, we're just proposing that courtyard scheme and the proper orientation, so that the building is elongated to minimize the harsh east-west light. And then lastly, we just wanted to end with some perspectives that show kind of the atmosphere that we've created. This is the park that is adjacent to the water treatment plant, so or the water treatment facility. And this is the playground area adjacent to the government space. So yeah, I think these perspectives just show kind of the bright, cheery atmosphere that would hopefully be a super welcoming space for the community.
So in summary of our intentions, we work to create a dignified space that empowers the community to take health and wellness into their own hands, to introduce sustainable design measures and self-construction techniques that can improve their architectural and social experiences, and to present the people of Colonia Agrarista with a space that they can take pride and find comfort in as their community persists.
And that's it. We'll open it up for questions and comments.
I have only one question. Well, I loved your project. It's you really made substantial changes from the last review. I still think it's a very honest project and very well, it really respects the environment and the spirit of the colonia. I just one question: did you consider to use just more or less the same material palette or your color tones for the church and the clinic and the water tower? Because I don't know if we made all this beautiful master plan and then the church, the clinic, and the water tower will remain the same, or what? Did you consider something like that?
You want to speak to that?
So in terms of the church and the water clinic, we did envision them to kind of remain as their pre-existing structures. The current church, I believe, is like a green, kind of a very vibrant color. So to allow that to continue on the site and to showcase their community.
Yeah, but in the clinic building is just kind of a white building with like that blue paint. So yeah, I think maybe the church would be the building that stands out the most in terms of color, but yeah, we hadn't talked about repainting those or adjusting the materials for the existing buildings.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Jen.
I have a number of issues that I wrote down during the review. First of all, I want to say that I think the sort of connection that you have between the materiality, the vernacular nature of the materiality, and the introduction of the native landscape, the simple, almost humble way under which you put those two together, I think are quite beautiful and I think quite appropriate for this project. So I think it's a very lovely design. I do think that there's a couple of things that I would bring up. One of the things we've learned from this pandemic is that our healthcare system is just terrible. The healthcare system that we had, the for-profit system that we had, was basically treating people who were sick as opposed to keeping people well. And I think in the clinic, if you can go back to the clinic design, I want to start there. The clinic itself, I think, is really quite interesting in terms of what we're learning about that. And what I mean in the very vernacular way under which healthcare might evolve is that maybe we're beginning to understand, for instance, I'm sure this area, as typical of Mexico, has one of the highest diabetes. It is pretty rampant because of our diet. It's pretty rampant in the United States. I think Mexico and the United States rank #1 and #2 in diabetes, and all the other heart diseases and all the other things that are associated with it. Has everything to do with our diet. And so, you know, how one of these clinics may actually be sort of something that is seen as a health education. So it's not just a treatment facility, but, you know, we can start talking about, you know, gardens. We start eating leafy things instead of processed food. And that we can start, you know, by example, thinking sort of like, how does a clinic connect to the landscape? What that is, maybe there's some food, there's a kitchen, a community kitchen that begins to help people understand how to prepare more healthy foods that are coming from the garden. That there's some, you know, more of a direct relationship between place and the idea of this sort of like healthcare needs that we need, because it's really a lot now about how we create more healthy environments. I think at the minimum, what's missing in the clinic was, you know, I'm very familiar with Francis. We worked with him on our project that we built in Africa, in Uganda, and had a chance to visit some of his work, and it's really quite remarkable idea, because he's of the place. And one of the things that he, you know, pointed out, for instance, like when we were doing the clinic in Uganda, one of the things we understood is that you really need to have a storage place, a secure storage place for not only backup foods, but you know, so they were storing grains and things like that, but they also had to store medical supplies. And that's one of the things that's critical whenever you have a particular rural clinic like this, that you have to have a supply. Likewise, I think the kennel needs some, you know, the veterinary place needs a kennel is associated with that, because sometimes they have to keep animals under quarantine and stuff like that. But I'm really talking about its sort of relationship to the landscape, which really brings me back to the construction. One of the things that you'll know about Francis's work in Africa was that he would actually create a construction company with the people in the local village. And one of the reasons why you find the idea of them using the rebar is because in Africa, the access to wood is just so green and so inappropriate that they moved to rebar. And so the rebar construction that they're using is actually, he was teaching people how to weld. So he comes in and has these welding workshops, and that's what they begin to do. I think Mexico may have a better masonry history. I think the idea of the double roof makes so much sense, but I'm not sure that I agree with this sort of like, well, I know the project where the bricks are hung from the rebar as the roof. He's kind of gotten away from that, and now it's more of a masonry roof. And I think there's a rich tradition of that in this particular area. But I think the double envelope idea is really great with the Gavaloon roof that begins to be the rainwater collection system. I think that makes a lot of sense. I would caution you a little bit that when you're looking at his work, and this is where you're looking at the sort of louvers in the masonry wall. He's into more of a humid climate. And so if you look more at arid kinds of construction, it's really about the thickness of the wall, because it gets cooler at night in an arid climate. And so the wall is more of a heat shield. So whereas in Africa, it's a ventilation issue. And so you have a number of those particular areas. I would look for a way under which, you know, at least in the evening hours, you're able to somehow close down those ventilations to keep the heat inside the building during the winter time or in the early morning times. More importantly, if you can go to your water diagram, I think this was I think the section is what I'm looking for. I think this is a real critical drawing within it, and one that Francis would, I think, probably have started with. First of all, I think it's really quite beautiful that you're collecting rainwater. That, you know, we have flooding issues, and then we have too much water, and then we have drought issues. And so intermeeting with a cistern makes a lot of sense. I would have maybe think that one of the problems with keeping water in a cistern when it's stagnant is it tends to have problems with stagnant water tends to have problems. So the way we keep from doing that is we keep putting oxygen into it. And so the combination of that, let's just say I'm taking rainwater off the roof and it flows through a downspout into a cistern that you have, in this case, I thought was pretty interesting, that maybe adjacent to the retaining wall. So it's a long linear one. And what I really need to do is in some ways take that water back up into the air, and I need to then add oxygen into it. And at the same time, I'm humidifying the air before it comes into the building. So that process, if you could actually think about what the possibilities are for a cooling system that would actually humidify the air and also keeping the water relatively clean. The bottom of the cistern is going to have silt in it. The top's going to have an area of dust mites into it. But we can keep that cleaner if we keep more oxygen into it. And at the same time, humidify the air. That's the water fountain in the middle of the Goldsmith courtyard was a symbol of what we used to think of as a humidifying courtyard. I think the way that you're doing it with a series of these terraces, now that you could use the cisterns and the water to make maybe the trees or the plants act as the same kind of thing that I'm talking about in terms of adding oxygen and transpiring that water, keeping the air cooler as it comes into the building. And it also stops the albedo, which means that you're going to, because you're terracing, you're going to have a lot of sunlight being reflected off of the roofs that are lower than you, that you're really blocking with these kinds of tree things that I think that works really well. And I guess the last thing that I wanted to mention is the basketball court. So if you can go to the last thing you showed, I thought it was really clever that the sort of like basketball court is like, I think you moved it and you upgraded it and done some things to it. And it looks like it's got a little jogging track around it and stuff like that. I would have recommended covering it. I would have made a pavilion over it that, again, makes it more usable because of the heat that's onto it. So it becomes a much more of a shaded pavilion. I have one in the park where I live in Alamo Park, and it really makes a big difference in terms of how many people begin to use it. But more than that, your whole entire complex is the sort of civic center of this particular area. And in many places, especially in Africa, a covered pavilion like that becomes the classroom, it becomes the meeting room. It takes on so many more activities than that. In our neighborhood, it's the basketball, it's skateboard, it's music venues, and homeless people sleeping in it. So it really takes on a much more kind of civic kind of nature in that. And I think it might be in keeping with the kind of architecture that you're working with. I do think that again, I think the project was really quite wonderful in terms of the materiality and its integration of the landscape.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if I should jump. I think, well, I think you have done a very wonderful project. I think it's very interesting. I love the presentation. It was very clear from the very beginning. And I was also checking your project earlier this morning, and I think it's very well executed. All the drawings are fantastic. The color palette, the sections, the elevations, and the renderings and everything was beautiful. Really, I was enchanted by seeing the quality of the drawings and all that. And I think because of the project is well so executed, I think I have like many things come to my mind in terms of how to make it better, probably. And I think you have done wonderful research from the beginning when you were when you were there, when you were talking with the community, and then when you showed us the statistics, right, about the healthcare problems that they had, the percentages of like some kind of issues that they have in terms of water, all kind of food supplies and all that. And I think that was kind of interesting. And it was, I think it was the third or the second slide that you showed us. So I think, one of the questions that I have is how your project responded to those statistics that you showed us from the very beginning. And I think you solved some of them, but I think, it would have been wonderful to see at the very end how you would tackle each one of those issues in a very particular way. Like, for example, if you say, because they were showing us these diagrams, and I think it has some kind of icon that you used in every corner of each slide. So it was that one exactly. So, you have showed us all these statistics and all these numbers. So I'm very curious to know how your project responded to each one of those particularly. Or, it would have been wonderful to see at the very end, like, okay, so my project through the clinic, or my project through the landscape, or my project through this such and such responds to the issues that we saw at the very beginning in this way, or in this, or through these ways, right? So I think as a matter of conclusion, as a matter of concluding your project, your discourse, it would have been wonderful to see how your project tackles that specifics, right? So I don't know if you have something to say about that. I mean, I have many, many comments about your project. I think it's a fantastic project. And when you see a very good project is when you have many comments and you wish to, and I'm gonna talk about those later on, but I just wanted to ask you that. I mean, if you reflected, throughout the process of designing this project, if you reflected at the very end, these statistics that you showed us, right, at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that we definitely should have reflected on these statistics throughout to inform our design process. Yeah, I think that's a very good point, especially with what Michael was saying about the community experiences a lot of diabetes. So just having some of the landscape become garden space, that could start to address that. I think with introducing, the expanded clinic, that just helps with the big issue that they have of accessing healthcare. So, I mean, I think that alone was an effort to address these statistics. And also the percentage of people who have disabilities. One of the case studies in the research that we read was a man who was physically impaired. He used a wheelchair, right? So we were thinking about just with addressing the terracing to make that fully accessible. But yes, I think you're right that we definitely could have been addressing those issues more specifically in our
because I think it's very interesting that you showed us. I mean, I'm looking again at this slide, and you have this diagram that looks like a pill, right? And then you have separated between the orange and the gray, and it kind of gives a sense of a percentage of some kind of issue, right? And then you showed that icon again repeated at the bottom right corner of each slide. So I was wondering, if maybe it could have been a very interesting strategy, to use the same icon being repeated with each one of the buildings, for example, or the renderings, or each one of the plans, whatever, in order to see how, maybe you could have used two, like the proposed and the existing condition, how those were manipulated after, I mean, how your project responds or addresses those issues in particular way, right? So it's, in terms of that kind of connects visually the existing issue with the proposed vision of through your project, right? And I think you could be I think it could having a very fantastic way of kind of showing us how your project is addressing particular issues, right? That you presented to us from the very beginning of the presentation. So it's just a matter of maybe calibrating the presentation for the future. I mean, for future presentations that you have, when you show particular issues that you want to tackle through your design, to go back to those and to wrap them up, as a matter of making a conclusion, okay, this is how our project deal with that, right, in particular ways. So I think, I mean, it's very interesting, and I love that you showed us that from the very beginning, because it also, it's not just a matter of understanding the existing condition, but also about how you gather with the community. I have the perception, well, I understand you didn't have enough time to meet with the community, but at least I have the sense that you, when you had that day there, you had a possibility to talk with the community and to gather that information. And also, it also speaks of your own research, right? So I think it's very important. Well, I think I agree with Michael. I think it's a very interesting project in terms of, I was fascinated when I saw the axonometric view, and I think it was a very interesting a way that you presented that project, I think in the fourth slide, like giving us the overall image of the project. And I think that was a fantastic strategy, like to see, and then from there you kind of showed us the particularities of the project. And I think it was a very interesting way. I mean, so I was fascinated by seeing that one. And one of the things that really captured my attention, as Michael was saying, was the use of the landscape as a guiding tool. That each one of the facilities, the new facilities, existing facilities, and all that kind of relate to the landscape, right? You did a fantastic job in kind of creating several typologies of landscapes, right? And you had the seating area, you had the hard surfaces, soft surfaces, and all that. And I think in terms of the landscape, you know, I think it would have been wonderful to think of the landscape in terms of more of the use instead of the surfaces only. Like, for example, like the seating area. Well, you have the seating area, but for example, thinking of the gathering area, the seating area, the water filtration area, the viewing area, the contemplating area, and so on, right? So, you know, thinking of how the landscape could have articulated from in that sense with existing facilities by creating these particularities, you know, the kind of reinforcing the typology of the landscape itself. I think it could have been very interesting to work with. And the other thing, you know, I'm a little bit curious when I see the especially now that we're seeing the site plan. I'm very curious about what is the material being represented in beige or light brown. I don't know if that is a hard surface. Is that I don't know, stone? Is that stone pavers? Is that just dirt? Is that gravel? What is that material? Because I mean, my appreciation is that it kind of occupies maybe more than 60% of the total surface of the site plan. So, you know, you were trying to, through the design of the landscape, you try to deal with shade, with different typologies in terms of color, in terms of texture, in terms of the smell. But I'm also curious about those other areas that, I mean, that pretty much I see, I mean, occupy maybe 60% of the site, right? I mean, and if you were trying to deal with the heat, for example, I mean, I understand that maybe during the summer this area gets a little bit hot, and I don't know if that surface is stone paver. I mean, I don't know about the heat, what is going to happen with that very extensive area. So I don't know if you have to say something, if you have anything to say about that.
So for specifically what you're seeing here, we were thinking of doing a combination of pea gravel around the trees and their bases and where any of the soft Xera landscaping was, so that there could be drainage. And then that in combination with pavers through the more highly trafficked walkways. I think more in the individual site plans, you can actually see specifically what we were outlining as what would be gravel and what would be, so you move to. So here you can see that we were hoping to have gravel. Let me pull this up.
Use your annotations. So
yeah, I'm using it. There we
go.
Good. So this would be all gravel space around the trees so that they could get appropriate drainage here around the buildings, and that through here would be pavers to allow for easy traffic and to stand up to people moving through those spaces. So pavers and gravel were our main two materials that we had thought about using.
So all this and all that is pavers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know if you need to calibrate that. When I was seeing again, I'm seeing again the axonometric view that I have in front of me in box. And I think it's a very wonderful image. But when I think of the quantity of the papers that you're gonna use, you know, it kind of distracts me from your original idea of, you know, creating this beautiful landscape that has different typologies. And also the other question that I have is, you know, that comes to my mind is like, how do you, maybe you could have integrated each one of these typologies with each one of the buildings or each one of the programs in order to, I don't know, reinforce an idea or something. Like, for example, let's think about an agricultural typology, like a productive typology, sort of like an orchard, a kitchen garden, a productive garden, something like that, that was pretty much related to a kitchen, as Michael was saying before, a communal kitchen. So, you know, in terms of creating a more powerful relationship with each one of these landscapes, with the new buildings or with existing buildings, you know, how you combine, how you integrate landscape with the facilities, with the architecture, I think could have been a very interesting premise of your design as well, right? And I think that could have worked in a very interesting way. For example, I'm just seeing, like, for example, this very nice roof that you have towards the second platform, the one that has the water treatment, the treatment water facility, you know, integrated with the space that is in front of it, right? You know, how the landscape responds to that gigantic and beautiful canopy that you're creating for shade, that is not only creating this communal space, but it's also communicated through the ground floor with this landscape that is in front of it, right? So how, I mean, you integrated each one of these typologies of landscape with each one of the typologies of the architecture, and I think it could have added another level of or layer of design, you know, that it could have made your design even more interesting. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Maybe I will continue later. I have many other things that I would love to say about your project. I think in general, it's a very wonderful design. But maybe I just want to say something before I just finish. For example, I don't know if you could have also integrated some of the facilities. For example, since you have this wonderful canopy in the second platform, I don't know if you've got, you know, thinking of the possibility of creating a very large communal space. For example, I don't know if you could have integrated the governmental building beneath or below this canopy, and maybe, you know, the water treatment plant was behind that, right? And then in front of it was this flexible space that extended, you know, below the roof and then communicated through the ground floor with the space that is in front of it, right? So kind of integrating some of these pieces that are kind of spread out throughout the site, I think would have also given you the possibility of calibrating some of the landscapes, the landscape desires that you have, but also to kind of, you know, concentrate the architecture, the effort of the architecture around few movements throughout the design. I don't know if you got what I was trying to say, but I will finish with that, and I can come back later, so I can give chances for the other reviewers to say something.
No, I'd like to piggyback on that. Can you go to the existing site plan? So one thing that strikes me about your project that is sort of fascinating is that if you look at the existing site plan, right, it's this terraced topography with sort of a scattering of structures, like they're at different angles and relating to different street frontages or other buildings or other pathways, but they're sort of disparate structures on the plane. And then when you go to the axon view of your project, I feel like you took that strategy and reinforced it with what you were doing. So the buildings that you've made and the landscape moves that you made feel a bit like a scattering of disparate parts on the site. And I think in this axon, particularly the fact that the ground is represented as this flat white thing really reinforces that, maybe to its detriment, because I think there's maybe more relationships between the buildings and the landscape that you've thought about that are completely not represented here. And so I'm in my mind trying to stitch these pieces together when I look at this drawing that shows up right periodically throughout your presentation, but in zoomed in format. And I wonder how all of these parts are related to each other. And even in, for example, the basketball court, like the fact that you made the bleachers on the opposite downhill side, right? You like had to build this big construction, whereas you could have had stairs that did the work of getting you up the terrace, and you could also occupy them as seating and bleachers. Like the relationship of those parts feel like not necessarily taking advantage of the natural site strategies that you have there. And then I think the other thing that I just wanted to get some feedback on from you guys is, I feel like there are two parts of your project that you mentioned and that seemed really important, but that I didn't get to see. So you mentioned views out to the larger context and the natural landscape and the volcano. But I never got to see that view from your project, or I'm wondering like, okay, where am I standing to see that? Is it just everywhere all the time? Am I always aware of it? Or, you know, is it an axial relationship, or am I just constantly seeing it? Like, show me that rendering if you're going to say that as part of your, something that you're valuing in your project. And then I want to talk a little bit about the water, because the water treatment facility, right, has become like the super critical part of your project. You've devoted the most communal, probably the most well-used part of your project, the giant shade that you're creating, to this water treatment sort of facility location. And in your rainwater diagram, I really appreciate that you're thinking about how it moves, but if that's going to be so critical, like, show me a gutter, show me a downspout. Like, that is the fodder for architectural detail and reality that adds layers of depth and beauty and expression to your project that a diagrammatic line does not quite convince me of. Like, you're really moving a lot of water. Is it all underground? Is it in pipes? Am I seeing it? Is it part of the educational component of your project? Like, what, other than just serving as a resource of collecting water and providing water, what else is it doing? Like, you can really use that to inform design decisions. Like, does it all funnel into a main axis that is part of your, you know, bilateral segmentation of your project, and you're constantly relating to it as you move through the site? Or, you know, how does it get implemented beyond just getting piped underground? And piped underground is fine also, like, but then I feel like it's a less critical part of your project, and you've devoted this building and this giant shade canopy to that. So I want to like see it as a more critical part of your narrative. And then I feel like I'm just saying things in a row, but the other thing that I really want to see that I think you mentioned and is a very compelling thing is the idea that in a place and a climate like this, people gather in the shade. Right. And like you heard from community members that one of the most critical elements of a site like this that would allow them to actually be there is making shade. And to Michael's point, I think, yes, shade the basketball court, like so that people can be there. And then on all of your buildings, the roof, there are a couple of them where they pull out and form the colonnade that people can occupy next to it. But I sort of feel like your roof shade strategy could have been taken further, and your tree shade strategy could have been taken further. Like, I want to see a shade map of the site plan, like, and then I want you to show me a ton of people gathering in the shade to convince me that you're executing on the idea, right? Like, it's clear that you're thinking about it, but like, show it to me. Don't just say it. And in your axon, if your roofs are making shade, your trees should be making shade so that I can see where the shade is. And then you know, I'm like looking at this axon and there are clearly places for people to sit where there is no shade, like convince me that that's for nighttime gathering, or, you know, or don't have a bench there, let it be something else. Like I think the church and water tower corner of the project is a little bit underdeveloped, and I'm still wondering a lot like how people occupy that. But then I see your L-shaped benches and I'm like, well, but why would I ever be there? Or like, what would compel me to hang out there when I've got this giant canopy, or I've got this other thing? Like, don't feel like you've got to put an equal spread, an equal sort of dappling of landscape interventions everywhere. Like you can focus your efforts and kind of concentrate that. Like if you want it to be about fruit trees that provide shade and also food, make a grove, make an orchard, like make, you know, I could see that part where you've got the 4 squares above, upper level above the basketball court area on that second terrace, like just make a gridded fruit orchard or something. Like commit to that idea and then push it further. You don't have to just sprinkle it lightly throughout the project, I guess is what I'm saying. Like I wanted to kind of see you double down on some of those things and show them to me as critical parts of the project, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
that does.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you can continue. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to say the other thing that I don't know who mentioned it, but someone mentioned the idea of porous thresholds, and I was wondering if you could expand on that in your project for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like a big part of the way we designed the architecture was just like not having hallways, because everything can be accessed from the outside because of the climate that's in Colonia Agrista. And yeah, I think the double roof system, creating that shade, like kind of forms an entrance, but because it's all outside, I think that's how we were thinking that it was kind of a porous condition.
Cindy, I think that, you know, this is an excellent segue to one of the observations I had, and I would like you to talk a little bit more about your architecture. I think that you went through your, you know, this is a plan and this is a section, and then kept going. So I think this is an excellent opportunity with Claire's question to elaborate a little bit more on, because you were thinking about it, right? You were actually looking at different alternatives. You came up to this point where you have this solution right now. So I think it's an excellent opportunity, for instance, to talk about the courtyard or on the clinic, talk about the relationship between those two buildings in the government building, the relationship of the big structure and the water plant, and, you know, the type of activities that you envision happening there. I mean, there is more there that wasn't really precisely described. So I think it's a great opportunity for you guys to show us that.
Okay, yeah, so I guess for the clinic, this kind of courtyard condition, the courtyard could have been like fleshed out more. We basically just put trees, but that's what we were thinking of how we could enable outdoor circulation. I don't know if you want to talk about the water treatment facility or the government clinic.
So at least for the government facility, that open air structure was kind of meant to pull people toward the other terraces, and also to sit under. Currently, they have something similar where it's just this structure that's covered and adjacent to the government building that they have now. And they just wanted an extension of that to really like fit more people and for it to be a more prominent thing on the site, so that they could have like their Mother's Day gathering and whatnot under that, or just gather in general.
Yeah, and this area, that's where we're thinking of like the view, because from here, like the valley is over here. So this is actually a super lovely view. So that's why we kind of kept this corner open to keep it, you know, as a gathering space, and this particularly as a shaded gathering space. Yeah, for the water treatment. Diamond, I don't know if you want to talk about how you thought about that building.
Yeah, for the water treatment plant, like I didn't want to create an individual water treatment building with an isolated from a face, so that to form it connected to the other buildings, I thought of creating this huge shading structure which they needed, and like so that it can create a space for them, like a community space. And yeah.
Yeah, this kind of elevated platform can be used for, like, we're thinking that all of this can be like a market hall periodically throughout the month or the week. So this platform could be used for some type of function for that could also, you know, spill over to here. But yeah, I think overall with this, previously, like in the mid-review iteration, we had the water treatment facility as like a building right here. So it blocked off the whole park area that's happening over here. So that's kind of why we positioned it just against the edge of the terracing, so that this whole space can be flexible for whatever, you know, celebrations or festivals or just gatherings need to take place there.
You know, just to intervene here, I think that one of the points that we're trying to get at with the project, and again, I like the project. I think you guys have done a wonderful job. So it just makes me think of, oh, wow, let's go further. One of the things I think is that we're trying to explain is that there is a fundamental difference between the traditional view that we have of landscape now as being the sort of the aesthetic landscape that we sort of like in some ways decorate our buildings with growies, as opposed to the sort of Renaissance view that the landscape, wanted to look at the productive landscape. So when we think of the landscape as being productive, you know, it's food we're talking about, it's shade that we're talking about, it's actually erosion control, it's about doing some things like transpiring moisture and changing the temperature. It's about cleaning water. It's about a lot of different things in terms of thinking about the way it works and that sort of like that relationship of how it works to the building. So not only is it keeping itself cool, but maybe keeps the building cool, and how the water works with that. Same thing with the building. You know, for instance, in this view that you're showing us, the collection of water, I was thinking that you wanted to cover the basketball court because it could be so many things. Basketball at one time, and maybe in the evening you have a band and have dancing, and maybe when it's the priest's birthday, they put tables out and have a community feast. But it's that multi-purpose, that ability to sort of make it work in terms of its production. Like in this roof, the rain roof, I would think that we, you know, back to the earlier comment, we really want to celebrate the collection of water so that there's this beautiful downspout. There's this beautiful way under which you sort of like introduce that to the cistern below. And that's really something that becomes part of the iconography of the architecture, that we begin to see that the productive way, the way that the building works, actually becomes an opportunity for design. And the meaning then behind the object becomes more aware, people become more aware of it. And it really changes the nature of what they think about in terms of the building. The way you're thinking of it as a double layer, the way you want to enhance air, the way light could be reflected into that, all are productive ways under which the building enhances its performance, but also become opportunities for design.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
You know, I was thinking, especially when I saw you the first project that you did in the studio, that you were trying also through this exercise, trying to I don't know if the word is good, but sort of like reproduce like the plaza, the center core of this colonia, right? I think that's the kind of the aim of or the spirit of the design of the studio. And I think you know, you could have you know, it is very powerful if you think of this site as it has the potential to be this larger space of communal gathering in all senses, right? I mean, what if you have not just a festivity or a communal gather about the administrative issues of the colonia, but also about, what if people came here to sell, to exchange products, goods, all kind of things, right? Maybe, what if this kind of sort of like festival becomes even larger and people even from Puebla come, or other colonial neighborhoods or other towns nearby come and gather at this specific core. So in terms of the core, how it's going to be related to the town itself, but also how this core is going to be related to other towns in terms of a larger scale, in terms of into a regional scale, it could have been very interesting. But then within the limits, within the borders of the site, I think you had a great possibility, especially by the use of this large roof, the shade that you were creating in the second platform, again to reinforce the idea of the core. It's going to be the core of the site, right? So I think if you could, can you go back to the action to the action, please? So if you could, it's just maybe about a few maneuvers. So it's just maybe, I mean, I'm again in favor of moving the governmental buildings below this towards, I don't know, maybe I can annotate here. I'm just in favor of maybe moving these buildings towards here, right? In order to, create this a better open space for any other function or for any other type of landscape. And then integrate these governmental administrative buildings with the water infrastructure, and then integrate them again with this large shade, right? So maybe towards the street is where you have all the architecture facing the street, and then you had this gigantic shade that probably below was the basketball court too. Because if you think of the basketball court, it's not that it's going to be in use all the time. I mean, I think if you eliminated the court, the basketball court, it could have maybe given you the possibility of extending this landscape for many possibilities. I don't know, in terms of what if you do a water reservoir here, right? That collects all the water when you have a very heavy rain. Or what if you had, I don't know, some kind of more dense vegetation like a forest, something here at this area. So it kind of, maybe just this calibrating these movements within the architecture in order to create this very interesting core at the very center in the second platform. Again, in terms of the perimeter of the site, it kind of uses the same idea of the use of the core in terms of the urban scale into the scale of the site itself, right? So I think it could have given you possibilities of, creating this fantastic shade that integrates the buildings, right? The administrative buildings that you needed, the water plant and all that, and then to have this very nice shade integrated with this fantastic space here that was maybe more public, was more flexible. So for example, in terms of like, can you think of, for example, when you had people descending here, and from the church, or coming from the town to go to the clinic, how this intermediate space was going to be so active? I mean, can you think of people coming out from the church and to maybe just to have a conversation, using that shade, or maybe they gather to talk about their issues, anything. So it is a way of kind of activating that space according to the communal gathering that you could have maybe reinforced there. And so I think, that kind of clears, let me clear my drawings here. There. So, I think it could have been a very interesting possibility to think of, the integration of some of these facilities, how they give you more possibilities to think of the landscape. I think was a very aspect that you wanted to achieve through your project. And then going back to the sections, when I was hearing Claire talking about the trees, when you see the sections, I I don't see how any section, that one, for example, I don't see the manifestation of the landscape as you wanted to. I mean, you talked about the trees, how they provide the shade and all that, the landscape, some areas very interesting related to the trees and to the specific spaces that the trees define around or inside. And I don't see the presence of the trees I don't see the trees being represented here in the section. So I don't know if you need to go back through the section and plan and and the perspectives and to calibrate that. I mean, are my trees working in the section? Maybe they are not enough. Maybe what are the spaces that are kind of defining the height of the trees? Also is very important to think of the space below that creates and all that. So I think that's also another aspect that I wanted to say, in terms of how to make your project even better. I think it's a fantastic project, and I really like it a lot. But in order to calibrate it to make it even better, it's just that I wanted to say that. What else? Yeah, maybe I can review my notes because I have made lots of notes about your project.
I was going to say something about this section as well, and the relationship between the trees and the outdoor spaces that you're showing. I think a lot of what we're talking about, and in a project of this scale, right? You guys have thought about so many details that are not represented, right? Or so many ideas that in your 20-minute presentation you can't communicate or you can't say, but that's where your drawings get to tell us for you. So in this section, if it's about people gathering in the shade, put a ton of people, like a ton. Like I see 3 lonely people and a horse, donkey, like it just looks lonely out there. Use your entourage to communicate what you're trying to say. You want this to be the freaking hub of the town. You want people to gather. So show me people gathering, or if you want people to gather in the shade, put people sitting under the trees, and then I'll be like, oh, that's nice. People are sitting under the trees. You don't have to necessarily say, and here people are sitting under the trees, but you can just show me, here are people sitting under the trees. And then I, in my mind, as a reviewer, will look and say, aha, like they said this earlier in the presentation, here is the manifestation of their ideas visually and quickly. And I think the same thing goes for the use of that market building. Like I realize that, time is cramped, and obviously you could make 1 million drawings of how to use that thing, but do a quick diagram of how a market would happen or how a performance would happen. Like just making a small flat raised surface does not communicate to me that it's a stage. In your rendering, put a performance or put someone talking to a group of people. Like I really appreciated Ernesto's comment about the data that you said at the beginning. And one thing that I was really expecting you to talk about was education, because for almost every one of those data points, right? Diabetes prevention, indoor air quality, not knowing that it's related to your health, like all those kinds of things, nutrition, all of that relates back to education. And one of the biggest diabetes prevention measures that people are starting to take in the US is teaching people about the disease and teaching people how to have better diets and how, like the education component is the prevention, or it is the way of helping people live with chronic illness. And then so I wanted a huge component of your clinic to be about education, or I wanted to see the classroom, or I wanted, at least in your narrative about how these spaces could be used, to understand that you were making that connection between the data that you showed at the beginning. And I think it's true that when you show us something like that, we're going to then look in your presentation and in your drawings for how your project is addressing it. And so like, what is the educational component here? And I think it does appear, so it's not absent, but I think there are just a couple of things that you could have showed us more strongly that I know you are thinking about and believing in, and also probably feel strongly about, but they're just not fully appearing, and I want to see them or be shown them. Like even in this section, right? Like there's no context. There's no buildings beyond, there's no site beyond, there's no volcanoes in the far distant, I don't know which direction it is, but like, if that's important, show it to me because I want to see it. And you've clearly put so much effort into this. So like, help me understand. Yeah.
You know, one other thing I'd like to add is that along with that, you know, that the sort of earth hues that you have within the building. I get to spend the last few years the sort of Christmas break in nearby town and in Mexico and Cuernavaca. And one of the things I've just noticed is the way that they just transform it through the various festivals. So maybe it would have been fun to, you know, where's the color? You know, it was people wearing the color, you know, and really transform the spaces with that, like the Day of the Dead celebration or the Christmas market celebration. And just, you know, how could you just like transform the civic place? And it may be that there's some kind of way under which people take possession of that. But I thought the way that the culture seemed to be so festive, maybe it was just the time that I was there, but there were always, you know, there was seemingly one event after another that was celebrating community, and how this might be transformed not only in terms of the daily use, but onto those special events would have been fun.
One minor thing that I wanted to say is, can you go back to the axonometric view? In terms of these seating areas that you're creating, I think, I mean, I know what was the aspiration behind those, but I think in terms of the landscape, especially in terms of the second platform, again, I'm kind of referring to that area all over again, is that, you know, since you wanted to have that flexible area, I don't know if those sitting areas, those sitting benches are made of concrete, I mean, or something very solid or massive, and I don't know if they become more as obstacles in terms of thinking of that flexible space. So I don't know if they were maybe they need to be located at the edges of that platform or at any other areas, you know, in order to have that flexible space totally, I don't know, I mean, not empty. I mean, maybe you had some kind of landscape feature. But, you know, in terms of thinking of the flexibility, I don't know if those fixed elements are helpful at all. I would suggest that maybe you have very few of those, maybe very adjacent to the buildings, to the specific buildings, in order to provide sitting area, right? I mean, for example, if you're waiting outside the clinic, I don't know, maybe that's a very good point to locate those, but, or maybe outside the governmental building. But in terms of, you know, the flexibility, those elements, those fixed elements become a problem. They become obstacles sometimes. Or, you know, if you wanted to think of to have those fixed elements, I mean, what was the additional use that you could add to them? For example, where they're going to be like elements that absorb the water and, you know, they collect the water, they filter the water, and then they distribute the water towards the bottom of the site or to the lower part of the site. So, you know, in terms of how these urban features like benches, you know, how if they are made of concrete, they become permanent, right? I mean, or is that you wanted to, you know, in terms of the flexibility of that space and so on. So I think it's a minor thing, but I think it's very important because those sitting benches, they also define the space, right? I mean, so in terms of the flexibility, again, you just have like an open space in front of the stairway, right? So, and then of course, maybe, you know, thinking of the landscape, it also depends on of what you wanted in terms of the landscape, because you could have planted very beautiful trees and then within those benches, right? Those fixed benches, and then, you know, providing a beautiful sitting area below the canopy of those trees. But, you know, in terms of if that is maybe helping you maybe to define the perimeter of the site, you know, maybe that was the area where you needed to locate those instead of, you know, towards the center of that platform. So I think it's another level of thought, right? I mean, where you put those elements is not so deliberate. Sometimes you have to be very careful where you locate those. You know, I think the second platform becomes very important in your project. It kind of articulates everything that is around. You know, it's just a matter of few moves in order to reinforce that idea around this shade. Maybe your project was about the shade as the new building that is gonna provide shade for the buildings themselves and also for the people that are gonna gather. And then also about the addition of the clinic, you know, the new clinic. And then the rest of the site was utilized for this new landscape, for the design of this fantastic landscape, in terms of you know, having the productive landscape, in terms to have landscapes that filter water, that collect water, others that provide shade with more dense vegetation, trees, something that even facilitated more the migration of avifauna and things like that. You know, so maybe, you know, since you divided the site in several quadrants, or in several areas, maybe each one of them was dedicated to a particular use or to a particular landscape that again was dedicated to a particular function, right? Like the water collection, like the reservoir. And the other one was the productive landscape, maybe towards the corner where you have the governmental building and so on, right? So, you know, I think this is what I like of your project, because it has given us the possibility of to talk about so many things, right? I mean, when you see good projects is when you have the chance of talking about many things. You have done a very wonderful job here, really.
Can you go to the phasing diagram really quickly? Because I wanted to say something that kind of relates to what Ernesto was talking about. Yeah, so I found this slide fascinating because what it sort of says is that all the landscape interventions are already there. And I think by far the most expensive, most time-intensive part of this project is going to be manipulating those terraces, making all this water infrastructure, like doing all of the work. So, and I don't know if this was like you have to have a phasing diagram. And so you made one. This more looks like, first I'm going to build this building, then I'm going to build this building, then I'm going to build this building, which is how construction works, right? Which is fine. Like I'm not knocking that, but like I would have loved to hear the narrative be like, we're going to start with the second terrace because it's going to become the hub of community intervention and can host a temporary clinic while we're constructing the other one. It can also act as shade for construction staging for the other buildings. And we will start by like it's the water treatment plant. So it comes first, and like then all the other water can filter into it. And we do these landscape interventions first because they're the most important for the community and they bring the most people and they gather the most things. And this is really it establishes the hierarchy, right? Rather than just the access to resources or means to build the buildings. It says this is the most important, or maybe it's that the clinic is most important. Like I can't quite tell, but if it's the clinic, then do the clinic first. And like, this is how this works. And then we are also going to anchor the other corner with the basketball court because that's a hub for the community. And then we'll tie them together. Like, it's not that you have to, you know, make a detailed phasing plan to satisfy what I'm saying, but just like, it's obvious that there is a ton of effort in phase 0 that is not phased in your phase plan. Or you could tell me that it's phase 4 and you're going to do all the buildings and then come back and do all the landscape stuff. But I think that is such a significant part of this effort on this site that it could have reinforced your narrative, right? Like all the things that are required for a studio project like this, or that you want to show, can always reinforce what you're trying to say and what you find most valuable or interesting about your own project. And like the phasing diagram didn't come first, right? It came at the end, probably, where you were like, we should make a phasing diagram. So then it's the opportunity to look at the project that you've made, reflect on it and say, okay, like, what is the most valuable thing? And what do I find, you know, in a hierarchy of needs in a community like this, what would be most important to come first? And it can reinforce what you're doing. And that kind of just is a general statement about like graphics that you produce for studio projects, like it doesn't have to be much more in depth at all in order to reinforce your ideas.
Mhm.
You know, I think that's a great idea. And one of the things I would say is like where the water tower is, where the clinic is, maybe that's the first productive landscape, the orchard, the garden. And the retaining wall becomes the sort of like first piece that you put in that begins to capture the water from those. And so the wall becomes more of an aqueduct, and it leads the water to the stairs that you have, the ramps that you have coming down. So the water comes down, you know, the flow of the water comes down. That's where the cistern would be, And the same thing is true in the second ramp, second series. So the retaining walls are water collectors or water aqueducts. The ramps are ways in which we aerate the water and create that you sort of follow the flow of the stream down the hill. And then down at the bottom of that, the roofs are all rain barns, so to speak. You collect it against the final retaining wall, and then it can be pumped back all the way up to the water tower, which maybe has a wind generator, a windmill on top of it that runs the pump that has to be pumping this water all the time to make it, anytime it's pumping the water, it's also running the air conditioning system because it's a humidifying air conditioning system. In other words, getting all of those things working together as a sort of a sequencing of the building, a cooling of the building, a creation of place. And, you know, it really creates a whole brand new microclimate just because you're introducing water here to a place that normally just evaporates quickly after a flood because nothing is holding it.
I'm looking for the plan of the clinic and what is the building that is behind the clinic? It's the
Veterinary.
The veterinary. I don't know if the veterinary and the clinic need to be so close. I don't know in terms of what is happening now worldwide, you know, having treatment of animals just behind a clinic. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe, you know, the location of the veterinary. I don't know if it needed to be at the opposite corner of the site instead of being behind the clinic. I know that is something to think about. I would think about it, you know. And then I like the way that you have defined the courtyard for the clinic in terms of kind of creating a private space. I think it's wonderful because you have a collection of typologies of landscapes. I think that's a great idea. And then you have created this courtyard. I would say, you know, in terms of how that courtyard relates to the rest of the project, you know, you're kind of defining it very well, but I think it's too defined. I don't know if you have the possibility of kind of giving it maybe more room, or maybe like a way of I don't know, opening the courtyard to the views towards the site itself. You know, creating like perspectives from that courtyard towards the outside. I think it's very confined. You know, it's a good idea. Of course, it has to be defined by the buildings, the courtyard. But I think, you know, in terms of giving the perspectives towards the site itself, or maybe to the perspectives of the landscape that happens beyond, like when you want to see the volcanoes, for example, you know, maybe it's just about a few movements about, you know, calibrating the distance between those buildings in order to have more room, to create more room. I think, you know, it looks to me a little bit tight. You know, I don't know if you need to span a little bit more the dimension of the courtyard itself and the space between the buildings. I don't know, something that comes to my mind. And then how the spaces, those spaces, Cindy, I think, said that you were creating those sort of like louver walls in order to have some kind of relationship with the courtyard, which I think is a very good idea. But maybe in terms of giving the possibility for that courtyard to be more active, I don't know if some other spaces had a more direct relationship with that courtyard, instead of having like a solid wall. You know, what if you had some kind of flexible wall? Maybe you just moved that wall and kind of integrated that courtyard with interior space. You know, in terms of what if you had, I don't know, some kind of people that are using the clinic, and in terms of the education, as Claire was saying, for example, what if you're having a talk about such and such, and then you just decide to open that wall towards the courtyard and kind of expand that space and integrate both spaces, interior and exterior. You know, it could have been a very nice movement, you know, in order to reinforce the presence of that courtyard, because it feels, you know, since beyond its use, I just have the impression that it's going to be used only by the people that is going to be circulating around, right? Mm-hmm. You know, so, you know, maybe you had a possibility of creating more views, more integration between the interior and the exterior, or maybe about the spaces, you know, maybe what if you didn't locate one of the squares that is towards the transversal section, you know, the one that is where in the perspective we see two people, right, to the right, and you have the building there. And so maybe what if you think of, you know, maybe locating exactly that one. So what if you think of moving that building a little bit towards, I don't know, maybe to a little bit up, so you open that courtyard to the side, you know, when you're ascending to these stairs, you know, or the ramp, you know, you could have already an appreciation of how that space, how that courtyard is functioning, or how that beautiful that courtyard is, right? So I think that building in particular is a minor thing, but it's kind of blocking, you know, the integration between the rest of the site with this courtyard. And the other one, the tiny one that is where the bathrooms are, I don't think that one is a problem, because it's kind of defining the courtyard, but it's also defining the perimeter of the courtyard with the exterior, right, with street. But, you know, that tiny movement of kind of just moving up that building there, you know, could have integrated more that courtyard with the rest of the project in terms of the landscape. And then other few movements, you know, that could have reinforced your ideas, right, about integrating things, landscapes with buildings and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the clinic was a really interesting challenge because, yeah, I think I mean, this is like going to be one of the most like visited, most public blocks in the town. So yeah, I wish we had more time to figure out sort of the level of privacy that the clinic would enable, because yeah, we do want it to be very much part of the overall site, but I think in terms of thinking about like the program, how do you make that still, you know, like if you're having a class or something on like women's health or something, you maybe want that to be more private. So just, you know, and I think that was a challenge that definitely could have used more time, just thinking about access points and how it related to the rest of the site. This was one of the more challenging buildings to design.
Yeah, I was going to say on the clinic courtyard building as well, I think the next step, if you had drawn the roof in the plan dashed like you have it for the vet clinic, I think it would have become one roof. Like, I don't know why it's 4 roofs and they're all facing different directions. Like, edit, simplify, because then instead of having, you know, these weird corners and like relationships between roof edges and roof angles, you would have had a sort of cohesive, formal language with holes and gaps that let light in and people in. And it's more of that reinforcing the porous threshold idea that you were talking about. And I think it would have been a lot clearer as a sort of holistic, formal move to unite that building under one roof and allow people to come in at those sort of punctures in that form. And I think, you know, you have this, what I'm reading as a screen wall coming off of one of them. Yeah. And I know that, you know, obviously more time, more stuff, but if you like looked at that as another type of porous threshold and another sort of tool in your toolkit of language on the site, I think it could have appeared in more places to create the privacy you're talking about, right? Like, you don't necessarily want people coming in from that bathroom side, or maybe you do. Like, how do I enter? Where is the main threshold that you are greeted by somebody? Or, you know, where are you intending for me to come in the building? And I think you can signal that both by using the screen wall while still letting light in and creating porosity, and allowing, there to be a primary sort of hierarchical entrance in that form.
Mhm, mhm.
That's a wonderful idea, Claire, about thinking maybe your project was about two roofs. One that was going to have the clinic, and the other one that was going to have the civic space. Concentrating the governmental space on the flexible space, the open space below, connected with the other flexible space open up to the sky. Just two roofs, and then the rest of the project was about the landscape and about the manipulation of the trees in terms of the percentage of shade that you wanted to provide for the user. And that was it. A very powerful scheme or concept, two roofs and then landscape, and then several typologies of landscape in order to reinforce that, all kind of habitats or environments. Right.
And I don't think you're far off from that, right? Like you've got all the pieces here, and this is always like the moment where I think editing is the most valuable and difficult to achieve in the last moments of preparing for final reviews. But I think it is something to sort of take forward. I don't know if you guys are graduating or have more studios ahead of you, but even in practice, like it's you get a lot of really complicated projects like this project where you have to deal with a lot of moving parts and address a lot of needs. And the more you can simplify the language, sometimes the better off you are, and the easier your job is to create sort of special moments within it, or to emphasize the things that you're interested in emphasizing. So I think that's a really good point that Ernesto made.
Yeah, thank you for that. I like that two roof idea.
Yeah.
That would expose.
Okay, I think it's time for us to wrap it up. The conversation has been very productive. I think has been very rich in terms of discussing the project and looking at its strengths, and of course things that could be improved, right? I just want to commend you, all the four of you, because as I think Ernesto and Michael pointed out, I don't know if they saw this specific project before, but you came long ways from the initial schemes to where it is at this point of this right now. I think it's a remarkable amount of progress, despite the circumstances, and working remotely but together but remotely, right? Even from in different states, and coming up with these results, I think is really commendable. The fact that you guys actually came, came with a very, thorough, well thought out scheme that actually review even, I really appreciate, not only the vegetation, but you guys went to the specifics of what type of vegetation and where it should be. I think that also it speaks about, the intensity and the commitment that you had with the project. And also the details, right? I think that, all the comments have been spot on regarding, how this project could be celebrated a little bit more. Something that, I see here is that since you have already a model, a 3D model, and many of the, I think, many of the points that were made here regarding representation, because they're, about a project, but also about representation. It's about exploiting what you already have done, which, was this 3D model, and seeing how you can actually look at it from different points of view and perspectives in order to enhance the appreciation of what you guys are doing. The idea of phase zero, I think, is a really good one. I mean, you are using existing platforms, right? The movement of soil and all of that will be minimal at this point, but still it will be, the construction of retaining walls and all of that part of the infrastructure will be the initial part of the work. And it's really good that Claire reminded us of that, because it is true that should be part. And I think the other comment that I would write was right spot on is the notion of surfaces. I think that we are seeing here right now on this, and I think that has to do with representation, but because I think the ideas are there, and I'm pretty sure it was a matter of time and getting to refine the work. But if you guys had time this summer and have time this summer, and you can put a little bit of effort just on completing this axon to define these white areas that look just, this is going to be interpreted by the community as cement, right? It's going to be a cement, because that's what they will make the translation to. It's just, okay, this is going to be a lot of cement. I find that dangerous. So if I have something to ask, is that especially because this drawing is a replacement, is a substitute for a model, and it's something that the community will be able to actually read and understand and see, okay, what is what this guy's talking about. If we look at the wall sections, and if you look at the sections, and even the plants can be a little bit abstract for them. But your vignettes, your perspectives, and these a couple of actions that you have shown, those are the ones that they can make. Okay, that's where the tower is. That's where that's where the street is. Okay, now I see this. So it's a very important drawing. So I know this might fall just on one of you, but I think that it will be very beneficial to have a little bit more definition on that, on this drawing. If you can add some type of texture, perhaps some hatching, some type of, that suggests that this is not just a concrete, flat, surface, because that's the danger here. And what we want really to do here is for them to break this, these notions of how things can be done, because that's what they will know, that's what they have in mind. And so then that will be kind of validating, like, okay, this is what we will do, I think we have to say, no, we are thinking about something else here, So that's the only part that I think I will, if you don't mind, just complete. So because this project, just as it is right now, will be something that the community will see. Okay, remember that. And then and the celebration of those details, perhaps for our conversations, but think about how you want to express. Perhaps, a couple of more vignettes from the sites will be also really helpful. And adding what I think Claire was on spot, right, saying, okay, please bring people here, let it look like populated. So they bring some excitement to the town. They can see, they can place themselves within that axon, within that vignette, within that perspective, and say, look, this is all of us together hanging out here in what is the heart of the community. But because you guys have been insisting on this throughout the last couple of weeks, saying make this place the heart of the community, right? Was something that Melissa brought up in the midterm review. And I kind of adopted it as kind of the philosophy of what needs to happen here. And I think that you successfully have achieved this, right? This definitely makes the place better. There are different ways on this could be done. This is one way, right? And I think that it definitely improves the site and will improve the quality of life when executed, right? If executed of the people as it is, as you are proposing. It's a very competent, down to earth, sensitive project, sensible also to the community, their needs, their reality, and so forth. So I want to commend you for that. This was a great presentation, a great conversation. I want to thank Michael, Claire, and Ernesto for their comments. There was a really good conversation. And for sustaining the conversation for this amount of time. I think that the project gave a lot of elements to actually talk about, and that's testament of the effort and the energy that students put on this project. So thank you very much, everyone. Right now we are going to go to a lunch break. And we will be back at 12:30. Ernesto, Claire, Michael, thank you very much. This was great.
Thank you guys so much.
And thank you
for
to the students for the good work. Eliza,
Yeah,
Cindy,
it was great.
Victoria, and Diamond. All right,
Thank
so
you,
we'll be
Benjamin.
back at 12:30. Okay,
Thank you,
guys.
Benjamin. Great work.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, everyone.
My name is Kayla Houston. I'm a 5th year Bachelor's of Architecture student.
I'm as well. I'm also a 5th year Bachelor of Architecture student.
I'm Chris, in spite of what it says on my Zoom name, and I'm also a 5th year student of architecture.
And my name is Samir, and I'm also a 5th year Bachelor of Architecture student. And our project is Agua Agraísta.
Okay, so I know that Ben Hameen kind of gave you all a rundown of the area that we're working, but we just wanted to go over that a little bit at the beginning of our presentation. So Colonia Agrarista, which is the town that we're working in, is a pretty small rural community of about 300 people in the state of Puebla in central Mexico. These are some of the pictures from the surrounding site. So as you can tell, it's a pretty isolated community. The road system is not very good there, which kind of contributes to that. And as you can probably imagine, a big portion of the town's economy is devoted to agriculture. So a lot of the land you see in these pictures is pretty much devoted either to the cultivation of crops or for raising livestock. So also important to note about the area that we're working in for our project especially is that it has a very strong difference between the dry and the wet season. So on the whole, the state of Puebla gets about 38 inches of rain per year, which is actually more than the city of Austin does, just by comparison. But that rain is pretty much exclusively during the summer. So if you can see the picture on the right and the pictures on the previous pages, were taken when we visited the site in March. So just kind of the tail end of the dry season. As you can see, it's very dry and there's not much green to go around. But then on the left is a picture taken during the summer nearby in the rainy season. So you can really get a sense for that, that difference. And as you can imagine, the lack of rain in the dry season can really create some problems for water in the community. And the picture on the right also is the first kind of glimpse of our site, which is kind of like the just the block in the very middle of the town. And it's definitely like the center for community activity in this town. It's where all like the government, religious, and recreational functions take place.
And Chris, just to clarify, you mentioned that the 38 inches per year, that actually happens during those 3 months in summer, mostly?
It's pretty much exclusively between, I believe it's May and around October.
Okay.
And there's pretty much very, very little rain in the months between. Yeah.
Thank you.
So to kind of introduce, to continue to introduce the town Colonia Agrarista a little bit more, we kind of want to put you guys into the shoes of what kind of construction techniques they are already utilizing. So when we had our visit there, this gentleman here on the left, he gave us a quick tour of a couple of the buildings that were under construction in the town and some of the buildings that he built himself. So he was the main contractor of the town. He hires about 7 people to help him construct different buildings, whether they be homes or just like different retaining walls around the town. And so kind of some of the things that he specified to us was, as you can see in these photos, they primarily use adobe brick for most of their buildings currently. They are not fired, so they just dry each brick out in the sun, and they use mud as the mortar currently. They also, for the roofing system, they use the corrugated metal, and they are transitioning from using asbestos roofing, but they understand the effects of that currently, so they're trying to kind of transition away from that. And in these two photos, you can see that they also use volcanic rock for a lot of their structures and retaining walls. So this photo on the left shows one of the corners of our site. And when we were there, they were working on building this retaining wall, and it was mid-construction. And so, as you can imagine, the volcanic rock is very accessible to the site because its proximity to the volcano. And so they use it for not only the retaining walls, but also for the foundations of the buildings. And you'll kind of see how we want to continue this this idea with our project.
So now we'll discuss a little bit about our personal introduction with the community when we went to visit in March. And so one thing we definitely want to stress is that there's a very strong sense of community. When we went to visit, we were able to speak with a large group of the community members for multiple hours, and various generations were very engaged within our discussion and expressing which concerns they had and what they really wanted to see on the site. And so we learned about some things that are really not in our scope, including kind of the road infrastructure that Chris mentioned earlier, but then we also were able to hone in on some concerns that we could address. And so one of the major concerns is water within the site. As stated earlier, their lives revolve around livestock and agriculture. And so basically, plants, animals, humans, everything highly depends on water. Additionally, shade is a big concern. In the left photo, you can see the only shade structure on the current site. And I mean, when we showed up, immediately everyone seemed to gravitate towards this one area because, I mean, it was quite hot in the middle of the day. So that's something that they also wanted to address and have a bigger presence of that throughout the site. Additionally, they often talked about the need for recreational spaces. So the picture on the left again, if you looked just to the right of it on the site, there was one concrete platform that was used essentially as the only gathering space within the site, as the site is actually on a hill, which you'll see in some of the sections and such, which makes it sometimes kind of hard to traverse and actually move about the site. And so accessibility just within the site also, and creating connections between recreation points was something that they brought up. Additionally, they also wanted to create an area for commerce. They were hoping maybe to institute a market that could happen once every 2 weeks, every month, whatever it may be, not only for themselves, but also for pulling in other rural communities into this specific one. And so these are a few of the concerns. Finally, also, if you look at the picture on the right, that is their current graveyard next to the church. And they were concerned about the lack of space. They were running out of space for their burials. And they were also concerned about the sanitation of how they currently conduct their burials. And so that's something else that we will address. And so just to wrap it up, they also said that their favorite part about the community was truly the sense of community and how strong it is. They say it's very safe and they feel they can trust all their neighbors. And so these are just a few points that we wanted to take away from our meeting there. And the community is about like 100 families you mentioned? I think it's 300 people. Do you all know how many families specifically?
Okay. I think it was like around 100 families. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
So this was the site analysis that we did for the existing site. So as Isabel said, there's a pretty significant slope on the site. So the highest point is right here, and then the lowest point is over here. And that's about 9 meters difference in elevation from that point to the other one.
Another one of the big takeaways from our site analysis is the opportunities towards views that the site creates. If you look towards the northern part of our site, that is the area that looks towards the volcanoes and the rolling mountains that we showed in the earlier photos. And so that's something we really wanted to capitalize on our design moving forward. Chris, did you break up?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I totally cut out while I was doing that. I apologize. But yes, so where did I leave off? I was talking about the slope. So the site's split roughly into about 3 terraces. So this like red hatched pattern that you can see is where there's like embankments that go between the different tiers of the site. So, and then going through individual buildings really quick. So some of the buildings we wanted to preserve and incorporate into our new scheme, and other ones we chose to remove. So starting quickly with the ones that we removed, these buildings down here are pretty small, smaller buildings that are pretty much only used for storage. And then the existing government building right here in the middle, which is not really adequate for the needs they have anymore. And it's also pretty prime real estate right in the middle of our site. We did want to preserve, however, the remaining buildings on the site. So the clinic, which is right here, for example, was built by the central government just a couple of years ago. So it's brand new. And then we have the basketball court down here, which is a well-used to maintain and strengthen that. And then the church and graveyard up here, which we viewed as more of a sacred space that we didn't want to interfere with too much. And then the water tower right there, which is, of course, an important infrastructural part of the site.
And where is the church? I'm sorry, in reference?
The church is right here.
Okay, so to kind of segue into our design of our project, we kind of formulated a design narrative. The aim of our project is to address many of the challenges and concerns of La Colonia Agraista through simple, cost-effective strategies that offer an option of self-reliant construction while maintaining the cultural integrity of the community. We hope to create a visible, formal design language that can be implemented throughout the square to aid in the ease of construction while maintaining a clear design intent. Our project will touch on many concerns of the community, including a water filtration / retention system, the addition of many recreational spaces, a space for markets and commerce, a shading system that can be expanded over the block, and the thoughtful expansion of a few of the existing buildings. Our proposal is meant to inspire and excite the community for their potential while carrying their legacy along with. So as you can see on this diagram to the right, this is kind of our part T diagram. What we're trying to set up in our design is creating a strong southern perimeter with these masses that we're placing. And then as you move to the north of the site, it's this perimeter and this starts to dissolve and it becomes a bit more organic. The design starts to kind of dissolve into the natural landscape of the rolling hills. And you'll be able to see that a little bit more clearly as we progress. So this is just a quick axon of our design, just so you can kind of get a quick look of what we're about to go deep dive into.
So on the left is our bubble diagram, which is kind of our first pass at the spatial organization on the site after our site analysis. And so as Chris mentioned earlier, it kind of focuses on those 3 terraced zones. And so we really wanted to create 3 programmatic zones that correlate to those terraces and utilize the topography that's already there. And so we divide them into the humanitarian zone, which includes the church, the graveyard, the clinic, and then the communal engagement zone, which includes the government building, along with the addition of like a library, a market space and trade space, also a workshop space. and then also a recreation zone. So kind of highlighting that basketball court and making sure that there's a proper place to play, as it's one of the primary activities within the town. And so then these 3 zones are encircled by the overall themes of water filtration and retention, shading, etc.
So this next diagram really illustrates the terrain difference that exists on the site. And so the deepest green is the highest point of the site, where the lightest is the lowest. And it's also showing our early ideas about circulation between the site, as well as the access points that bring you to the site.
Can you use your cursor since you are sharing the screen?
Can you see my mouse moving?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is the second diagram that I was talking about that's illustrating mainly this terrain change and movement and circulation, as well as access points. The next diagram that we have really calls to attention the fact that we see the majority of our interventions as infrastructural aids to this community. And this is a little bit of a diagram of that, what that looks like. So one of the largest core components of our site is water collection. Currently, the main source of water use for the town is well water that's pumped from a nearby mountain. And right now, a lot of the community members had complaints about that well water being dirty or not completely filtered. And so one of our largest proposals is a water collection system that leads to a filtration device. So we're proposing a series of channels that will funnel rainwater down during the rainy season, down to a filtration system where we're using slow sand filtration, as well as a series of cascade aeration to oxidize the water as it flows down the site. But instead of only relying on rainwater during the rain season to activate these water channels, we're also proposing incorporating the current water system from the water tower into these channels. And in that way, we see water as a celebration through the site when this water is pumped from the well. So here's a little bit more of a detailed illustration of what these water channels look like. So throughout our design, we're proposing using the existing retaining walls and including new retaining walls for landscape interventions, as well as water features. And so on the left side of this page, we see 2 typical instances of what these water channels look like. We're proposing that they're made out of the same volcanic stone that the retaining walls are. And on the right side is a look at our entrance water detail that's happening on the east side of our site, and is showing what is happening as the water is being pumped through from the water tower through this feature and ultimately through the entire site.
So this is a first look at our kind of comprehensive plan, and you can start to see some of our major design moves. So first, there is kind of this like major axis that we've talked about. Let's see, that's kind of this line here. And then also another less defined axis point this way. And so here we wanted to make sure that between these 2 points of access, you could really reach every building on the site fairly easily. Additionally, we wanted to create a large plaza, which is here. And so create a large gathering space that could be used for multiple recreational uses, whether it's the marketplace that could happen once in a while, or celebrate festivals or weddings, what have you, just have a place where the entire community can come together. And it's anchored by the government building to the south and the library up the hill. Additionally, you can see the use of a lot of different retaining walls that then seating is incorporated into, that uses, so not only are we helping to make sure that erosion doesn't happen among the grade changes, but then they can also be occupied as different areas for seating. And so just to kind of go around the site so you have an idea of what's going on, we have this basketball center with stadium style seating to help really emphasize the importance that that sport has within the community. They even participate in different leagues. So that's something that's important. And then hopefully, if there is such an established space for that here, other communities may say they always want to come here for tournaments and such. And then over here is the workshop area, which we'll go into detail later. And then up here is the contemplation space slash extended vertical burial area for the graveyard. And then coming down here, we have the church and the clinic at number 7 and number 9, which have kind of remained constant from the beginning. Then, as I said earlier, we have the library over here. And then we have a colonnade that kind of just creates a harder edge to this plaza area, and then the government building to the south. And so then also here we can start to see kind of our material palette and some precedents of how we envision the space. So first I'll talk about the site ones. So you can see the water channel that we kind of used as a precedent, and then below it we envision some cactus to be used in certain areas along the edges that allow for, again, kind of defining that space further, but still allowing for some kind of permeability or views through that vegetation. Then the picture below that highlights some of the brick pavers that we intend to use in some more of the plaza or gathering spaces. So here, it was kind of difficult to find a picture that wasn't so pixelated, but it would be brick in a herringbone pattern that hopefully grass could begin to kind of grow and kind of peek through the cracks between the bricks. And so that way it still maintains a fairly hard, flat surface that, again, is easy for like that market to appear on. But then also, if the grass grows through a little bit, it could also be used as a makeshift like play center or like soccer field. And then also by having some of that grass up here, it wouldn't be as much of like a heat sink during the hotter months. And then on the left, we see bamboo. So in areas like that contemplation space that abuts the church, we wanted to break up what would be a really large blank wall and add some vegetation there. And then along our kind of main axis, if you will, the brick pavers would actually be oriented to kind of not be the herringbone, would be more of a gathering space, but they'd be oriented long ways so that it kind of indicates a sense of movement along this axis. And then below that is a precedent for our playground, which I forgot to mention, but it's that number 4 right there. And looking at the precedent for that, using bamboo or a local material. And then here at the bottom, using trees at the corners where the entrances are to kind of have a colorful denotation of where entrances to the site would be. So just kind of some ideas as to how we were thinking about that. And then to the left is the material palette for some of the architecture that we will begin to look into. And so, as we mentioned earlier, volcanic rock would be used, and we're thinking about the foundations, and then adobe, brick, and then roofing structures would be created using bamboo, which is a local material in the state of Puebla. And so really highlighting the use of local materials, as well as trying to create a transition from the heaviest materials to the lightest materials as you move from the ground to the roof. So.
Okay, so yeah, just going into a bit more depth about what Isabel just talked about in terms of building materials. So one of the first things we did when we started designing our individual buildings was to try and come up with a single construction language that could be used across our site that really sort of emphasized self-construction and economy also. So we would start with a sort of independent bamboo roofing structure that you can see is like, are these components. And then that would have a metal roof on top of it. And then these bamboo components would be sort of enclosed by walls, which have a foundation wall, which is made out of that volcanic rock that Isabel just mentioned, and then has the adobe brick on top of that, all of which are very readily available and affordable materials in this area. And so this axon is of our workshop in particular, but this building construction system is pretty much identical in just about every one of our buildings. So this is more of just like the prototype. And then on the right, you can see some details about how this bamboo structure comes together. And I'm not going to go into reading off all of the labels, but there you kind of get an idea of how we were thinking about the structure going together.
Yeah, so now we're gonna transition into each of the architectural spaces that we are proposing in our site plan. And so one of our programmatic pieces is a workshop. We felt it was necessary to introduce a workshop to the community because we felt like it could foster and it could also promote the economy within the community. We're hoping that the people could use it for building like handcrafts that they could then sell to other towns, whether it be at a farmer's market or they could sell items to each other when they have, the kind of a market share that we are also hoping that they would utilize the plaza for. And so, yeah, the workshop really emphasizes kind of this main communal idea that we are trying to emphasize with our project. It represents kind of this bond that the community members have with each other already. And it's meant to represent that. So as you can see in the plan, the workshop butts up to this private vertical burial space that Isabel had mentioned previously. So that kind of thick retaining wall, let me see if I can annotate, I'm sorry. This retaining wall right here, and yeah, here where Kayla was also marking, is where we're proposing some vertical burials. And so we're utilizing this, kind of this back and forth between the two spaces. And then it's all enclosed by the singular roof structure that goes from behind in the burial space all the way across to the portico. Something to mention is that we are working with water collection, as Kayla had mentioned, with our water canals. And so we have the slopes of our roofs going down towards a water canal with every programmatic space that we've introduced. That way, all the watershed is likely to fall into the water collection system. And yeah, that's the workshop.
So next we will move on to the library, which you can see here is located on the southeast side of the site. And so one of the concerns about accessibility in the town was the accessibility to the school, or kind of like an educational space for the children, since the school is actually not located within the town center. It's a bit of a walk. And so we wanted to create a space that the children could come and utilize the space and would have some resources that would help within their education. But we also wanted it to be able to be used for the adults of the community and just have another space that they can come, share resources of books, magazines, whatever it may be. Move to the next slide. And so then here is a plan section of it. And so really thinking about the two anchors on either side of the more utilitarian uses. We wanted to include public restrooms. It's something that they had on the site previously. And so we wanted to make sure that there was access to that. If you were at the library, the government building, those are easily accessible. And then also having a storage area, which we thought could also potentially be used for a system that would be a library of either larger materials or maybe their tools. And so again, the community can come and share those different resources, not only paper, things we think of as in libraries, but something that can be useful within the town. And then also creating this shaded structure outside to create these kind of piazzas for the community members to sit outside. And the one towards the bottom of the page could be facing the plaza and kind of create that connection with the plaza as the central reading room is made with a bamboo screen to allow for some permeability between the reading room and the plaza and keep that connection going.
So the next building we're going to dive into is the government building that we are proposing. The original building on the site we showed you earlier existed pretty much in the middle of the site. And so we're proposing bringing it to this eastern edge and using this as the eastern anchor of our plaza form. One, because we want to utilize locating the government building on the major road that connects this site to the outside towns beyond. And so when we spoke to the community members, many people mentioned like that the current many people mentioned that the current government building was insufficient. It's essentially a one-room, it's a one-room building, and people really wanted to elevate the importance of their government function. People seem to be really proud of it. The town has a town president and a committee of people who are designated to be in charge of infrastructure, education, agriculture. And so they really wanted to have a more esteemed place for these functions. So the plan of this government building is mostly proposing a harder formal space on the southern edge of it, which is where more of the formal office and storage space can take, with the formal office and storage space is located, as well as collaborative workspace between the different community members who are elected and work in the town. And then the other side of the government space is more of a flexible, impermeable meeting room that is intentionally open to the plaza to the north of it, as well as to the outside of the site to the south. And so in this way, the government building also is a frame into this western entrance into the site.
Kayla, just we see columns and a thin line between them. Can you explain what that thin line is?
Yes, so the thin line, which has actually been present in all of our plans, is a bamboo screen. And in this screen, we're creating a sheltered but semi-permeable area that still allows for connection to the plaza beyond, but provides enclosure to this meeting and flexible gathering space.
Okay, so now we have our covered colonnade, which is a bit less formal of a programmatic space than the other ones. But the idea for this covered colonnade came from talking to the community and a lot of the desire that they expressed for a shaded space that they could use for markets and gathering and some other functions. So this colonnade forms kind of like a bar that runs, as you can see in the key plan, between the government building and the library. And so underneath the roof structure, as you can see in the plan, there's room for market stalls and for communal space and some other activities. So can you go back to that one actually real quick? Yeah, so another important thing about the colonnade was that we wanted to design it in such a way that it would allow for some more buildings to be infilled there in the future. So you can go to the next one now. Yeah, so the basic structure of the colonnade is pretty much that same bamboo roofing structure that we saw in the previous buildings. It just doesn't have any sort of walls around it. So we envision that this would allow for, in the future, if the community comes up with a need to expand and create more buildings on this plaza space, they can, which is, you see that in the elevation section, that outline in the orange exemplifies how a new structure could be built, sort of with that colonnade acting almost like a skeleton for that new building. So in that sense, the colonnade is partly a formal decision in order to enclose that central space and make it more of a typical Mexican plaza, but also serves kind of like an infrastructural purpose and allows for the community to expand the space in the future.
So along a similar line of sight of the colonnade, we designed this playground for the site. And a lot of people from the community expressed the need to have a playground and the want to have a playground for their kids to be able to enjoy. So we proposed using this sort of modular bamboo playground system. And the idea with it is that it comes in several components that can be incrementally built or arranged in several different ways and built, depending on the amount of resources available and, maybe expanded over time. But this is the major idea behind our bamboo playground. And on the right is the current configuration that we have on our site that we're proposing.
Here, so looking at these site sections, you can really get a sense for the topography of the site. As I mentioned before, it's about a 9-meter difference from one end to the other, so it's pretty significant. So looking at the first section, if you look at the little key plan in the top left, you'll see that it's pretty much at the north entrance of the site, and it's cut perpendicular to that, that main axis. So on the left here, you can see this terracing we've done to the landscape to kind of create a more accessible path that goes from the main entrance of the site up to the church grounds. And then that terracing continues down and takes advantage of the natural slope here to create a more formal seating area for that basketball court, which I'll get into a little bit more in a minute. And then
can I interrupt with a question?
Yeah.
On the far right, in elevation, there seems to be a very steep rise up to some buildings. Is that your work, or is that there in the city? That looks like about as much earthwork as the rest of the site combined.
Yes. So
to the left of that, yeah.
Yeah. So this here is the government building that Kayla talked about just a minute ago, and yeah. So the slope up to the government building is pretty pronounced. So if you look in this key plan, naturally.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So it's this little circle I made on the key plan. That's where we have a lot of our water filtration area, which you can see in elevation here. That yeah, that kind of takes advantage of that.
Yeah, what just for clarification, what you are seeing here, Michael, is the street.
It's a road.
It's
Yeah.
a road.
Yeah.
It's a road.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and
elevation.
Yeah, this is an elevation, right? And this is the volcanic rock retaining wall that they were building, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's yeah. So then the section below is taken from a similar spot, but here you can kind of see a bit better how some of the buildings we're adding sort of fit into that topography. So here you have the workshop, which is sort of inserted into that jumping up in topography. And here you can see how that contemplation space with the expanded burial area sort of exists in that space that's created between the church and the workshop. And so section C is taken long ways through the plaza that we talked about. So here you can really start to see how the colonnade that I mentioned earlier really forms kind of that third edge between the library and the government building, and really encloses this whole space in the middle to create a more typical Mexican plaza. And then section D on the bottom is taken along that axis that we've been kind of working our way down. And as you can tell, it's a lot flatter, and there's a lot less change in elevation from one end to the other compared to the other sections. So this sort of pathway is the main access across the site because it's a lot more accessible. There's a lot less jumps in topography than the rest of the site. So as you can see here, starting from the left, this is where we have that landscape terrace that we cut through on the first section. Then you see the facade of the workshop. And then sort of inserted into the topography is this seating that overlooks the playground that has its own shaded roofing structure with some access here up to the clinic, which is up at a higher elevation. And then on the right, you see the plaza sort of hemmed in by that covered colonnade.
Yeah, so we'll like to conclude by showing you a bit of our perspectives and renders of our project. So this shot is taken from that northern entrance. You can see here on that left side, that's the terrace seating that Chris was mentioned earlier. And here down on the bottom, you can start to see where those water channels would start to delineate not only the pathways, but also the flow of traffic. Here on that left side, you can start to see the covered space for the basketball court, which we'll go into a little bit more in depth. But yeah, this shot really is meant to show you that main access through our site.
I have a question, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back a slide. Those buildings, name the buildings.
This is the workshop right here.
Are those buildings, do they have a subroof or is it open to this upper roof?
It is open. So we're hoping to just allow for that.
All of your buildings have this style, should we say?
Yes, yes, sir.
Are they all open air to the upper roof?
Yes, sir.
Or do some have ceilings and subroofs?
So in the workshop, this portion of it where the this kind of middle part, that's where the adobe kind of a clay fire pit is. That area is more open to allow for the exhaust. But in the rest of our building schemes, we envision just kind of like an open aired roof to just allow for that ventilation through and for the clerestory light.
Okay.
Yeah, so here we have a view of the seating for our basketball court. So the basketball court, as we talked about back at the beginning, is existing. And it's a very important space in our view. So obviously it's a place of recreation. You know, kids utilize the basketball court a lot, and it's important in that respect. But also talking to the community, we learned that they have a more formal women's basketball team that plays other teams from surrounding communities. So in that sense, the basketball court is actually a pretty important communal space. So we wanted to sort of strengthen it by formalizing it a little bit. So as you can see, the seating is formed by the same landscaping that we've used elsewhere in the site that creates sort of stadium style seating. And then we introduced a bamboo roof structure overhead to provide shade for the spectators and formalize the space a little bit more.
So this photo is taken from the top of the seating that extends from the clinic and is looking west. And so this is showing the seating that sits right in front of the playground in the center of our site. It's also showing how we really tried to open up the playground to the plaza beyond so that this could also become a space that fosters activity for children. And then on the left, you see the colonnade, which we're gonna show a little bit thoroughly more in another render.
Here is the contemplation and burial space. And to the left, you can see the wall of the church. And then to the right is that roof structure that then goes down and covers the workshop and the burials also. And so you can see that's a bit more of an intimate and private space compared to a lot of the public plazas and zones elsewhere on the site.
Yeah, so here's a view looking down that the colonnade. So as you can see, it's a pretty open, flexible space that can be utilized for a lot of different community functions. And you can really see how it overlooks the plaza and sort of encloses that whole space. You can also see from this view how our site slopes down and allows some really nice views out to sort of the hillsides over to the left and a bit more to the right, the volcano, Popocatépetl.
So this is an interior shot inside our government building, and the shot is looking eastward into the plaza. So this gives you a better idea of the bamboo screens that we've been showing in our plans, and the idea of creating these permeable but still protected spaces that still foster strong inside and outside connectivity. So this is a shot of that flexible meeting / assembly space that's a part of the government building.
Here's the plaza kind of like at sunset. And so here we're trying to show that we see it being used for big gatherings, whether it's festivals, weddings, etc. Just a big public space, and then looking towards the workshop, shaded seating, and playground outwards.
And lastly, this would be looking north, kind of on that way out of the of our project. Again, you can start to see the playground on the left and that workshop and the terrace seating on the right. And this is a great place for us to kind of start to wrap up our presentation as the sun sets on our project.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can go ahead and start. Well, I wanted to congratulate you guys. It seemed that you guys have a lot of fun with this project. And I bet it was a very rewarding experience working with a community. And I see a lot of love in here, and a lot of really attention to the community's needs. And I commend you for that and for the amount of work and research. And also to pull this off under the circumstances too. I think you would have benefited even longer if you had opportunity to continue those conversations with the community and not be interrupted the trip and have to come back because of the COVID-19. So I wanted to congratulate all of you guys. You should all be proud of it, and great job overall. I have a couple questions, and feel free to just jump on it, whoever wants to answer the question. Have you guys thought, I know a lot of these types of projects, and I'm very familiar with them, take a lot of planning also, and the economics are not there, right? And you guys are very conscious of that and kind of mitigate that with the use of local materials and the sensibility on the structures to be familiar and stuff like that. Have you talked during your research or considered a phasing strategy of the overall proposal?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Yes, if you had an phasing strategy of how this could actually be phased
Okay.
during Like, what are the elements of the design? I know you thought of it because you were thinking on the what is the space, the colonnade, and how that could transform through time. So I was wondering if overall strategy of what facing would look like, having an understanding of the capabilities and the economics of the community, you know. So I think that would be interesting to understand, because there's some infrastructure that you're taking in place, and to make this proposal more real, you know, a phasing plan is really important. So what are the critical elements? What is the structure that needs to take place in order for this to transform, especially with the help of the community, right? Because that's your biggest asset, you know, the community. The community wants this, the community wants to participate, the community can donate time and help building those walls and things like that. So I think that itself is something that you guys should look like if you haven't, and the viability, you know, I think relying on the community and how this can get built, right? So that was one of the questions that I had. And main one is like, what did really inspired you guys during this trip? I would like to hear from all of you guys.
Well, I guess to start off with your second question, one thing that really inspired me was some of the conversations that we had with some of the Mexican students on the colleges that we visited. And when we were on the site, one guy that I was teamed up with was talking about how this site fosters so much presence of the sky. On this site, there was such a large presence of the sky. And I just thought that was a really beautiful way to think about the way that the site is framed and the way that the land existed. And so I think from that point on, I was extremely inspired by the views of this site created and trying to open this up to that as much as possible.
Yeah, for me, I would say really just getting to know the community and their needs was extremely inspiring. Knowing that we were going to be able to have an impact potentially on not only the plan of their community, but also the impact of an approach like this. I've never had a project in the 5 years at UTSOA that I felt could be as impactful as this project has been, just because I feel like it's extremely like humbling and also like aware of kind of the circumstances that the community was in.
I
guess,
think.
Go ahead, Isabel.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would say that kind of similarly to Samir, it was when we visited and seeing how absolutely engaged they were. I mean, I think that most of us live in communities where changes happen with planning or interventions like on our version of the urban scale, and we don't really think about it or kind of like lightly impacts it, but they were all so acutely aware of kind of what they need or what changes should be made. And I just found that very inspiring.
Yeah, I would say for me, very similar to Isabel, it's like the level of involvement in the community was just something that I hadn't experienced before. And I would extend that even into like individual building projects in the town. Like apart from the clinic, which I said before was built by the central government, it's like everything in the town, all the buildings are pretty much designed, built by the community and for the community. And I thought that was really amazing, and just showed the level that the people there really care about their surroundings.
I think another thing that was really exciting about this project is that there were discussions about the feasibility of a master plan actually being built on this site. And there were conversations about, you know, if we bring a coherent plan, that there are avenues for the community members to get government funding to actually have some kind of proposal. And that's also an opportunity that we really haven't had in any other studios. So that was also really exciting.
And Go ahead,
Can I-
Michael.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the accuracy and the realism, I'd have to say, in a certain way, of your visualizations here. I think your final renderings are really great. And of course, you do get the stylistic uniformity because you're using the same technique, shall we say, for building every building. I think the bamboo system, roof system, is mighty fine. I think it still needs more development though. So a small criticism would be you have all your corner bracing in the east-west direction, let me call it, but you have none in the other direction. So in fact, your structures would be very, very weak to being to wind loads in the other direction. You would expect to see that kind of triangulation in all directions. Does that, do you follow what I'm saying there?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The other is, I think putting metal on top of bamboo just seems to be a pity because you're going to put all that quite lovely material up there, but really a hot tin roof is a hot tin roof, you know, and being under a hot tin roof is almost worse than being outdoors. So, I mean, aside from when it's raining. So, because, you know, once metal heats up, it starts radiating in the low infrared, and it's basically, it sort of bakes you again with radiant heat. So given that one's going to put quite a lot of money into this roof system, there needs to be a way, I think, between the bamboo and the metal to introduce a layer of insulation. Now, I don't expect that insulation necessarily to be, you know, high-tech polyurethane, truck it in, but it could be, you know, 2 or 3 levels of leaves or green matter of some kind or something.
Yeah, the bamboo wreath panels that they sell,
Yeah.
they usually put those as insulated layers. Yeah.
Even though it's all outdoors, I understand that the air temperature is the air temperature, but the radiating heat is one of the things you can avoid. And that in order to get cool in the open, just because you're under shade, you have to try to get rid of sources of radiation, which a plain metal roof would be. The last comment for now would be, you know, the merit of your scheme is also, I think, one of its biggest problems. The merit is what you've done with the land. And why I say it's one of the biggest problems is because how very, very expensive it is to do foundation work. I mean, unless you expect, you know, 5,000 people with shovels to do this, you're really talking about 2 or 3 bulldozers working for a very long time. It's backbreaking work to change the land like this and to create those stairs, those retaining walls, those water channels and so forth. It's in a certain way, it's much more expensive than your architecture. Your architecture is relatively throwaway. It's very light. It could be done by, you know, anybody if you train them how to do it. But working the land the way you've my experience, I built a house on Mount Bonnell, and I can tell you that half the cost was changing Mount Bonnell so that I could put my house on it in such a way that they looked integrated. You know, rock is hard, dirt is heavy. When it rains, it moves. It has to be held back. You have to have French drains behind retaining walls. I just worry that any government budget that supported this is supporting the architecture would be the least of it. It would be supporting your work on the terrain, which I think is very nicely done, by the way. But you can see, am I making my point too many times?
And to clarify, I just want to add to those 2 points because I have those as well. One was accessibility and the other one was the construction systems. But I wanted to see if you guys can clarify. You actually identified the 4 different elevation points and maintain those to a certain extent, or you actually regrade the current site?
Yeah, we tried to keep our regrading to a minimum. So actually most of the retaining walls and the slopes that are seen throughout the project are pre-existing. There would be a heavy amount of work to just build. I agree, just to build the bleachers in general. But for the most part, the grading,
the stairs down the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the grading is mostly unchanged.
Yeah, it's mostly like this area would be the most probably involved regrading, because that's most of the other slopes that you see on this axon are pretty much where those slopes are on the existing site.
Yeah, okay.
And
So
I assume with the...
I don't think Jean-Pierre or I are saying, hey, you went contrary to the site.
Yeah, yeah.
Something stupid. You did go with the site. Of course, the outside points come back to normal, which is skillful, and that's good. But I just don't think you should underestimate how much work you've put into the ground level.
Sure. Yes. And the other thing, you guys seem to study some of construction methods and systems. So Michael was pointing out at the bamboo roof structures, and also the adobe walls are missing some critical components as well. But have you guys looked at different construction systems and study those, especially when you guys visit Puebla and in other cities?
We did discuss that in Coloniaga, so there's heavy use of CMU construction, and there's a lot of like CMU beams and concrete beams that are used in the surrounding areas. And so I think we did take it a little bit into account, but I think we gravitated to wanting to have as little of a carbon footprint as possible and trying to use natural materials as much as we could.
Because
the contrast between heavy and light, I think, is satisfying architecturally. It's always disturbing, I think, at least for this architect, to see a concrete roof with concrete blocks in the ceiling being held up on beams that are hardly deeper than the concrete block. It looks dicey to me. I don't know about you guys, but
I was questioning because just on earth construction, there's several ways to do it, and several ways very economically, especially with integration of bamboo. That I think would have been really interesting to see those construction systems on some of these buildings, especially the introduction of bamboo wreath as a part of enclosures. This is something that it's used in Peru quite a lot. When people cannot build their houses, the first thing that they do is they invade an area that is not protected, and they carry a couple bamboo poles and bamboo wreath panels, and they just tie them together and create an enclosure. And that resourcefulness, I think it's missing a little bit in here. Aside, I mean, I congratulate you. I'm just like picking on it, right? Like we're like going into the detail right now. But I think it's at next level, having those sensibilities and a little bit of a better understanding of the construction systems, because the way you will pitch it, aside the magical donor from the Benedict family that will put millions of dollars on the site, we still have to build those buildings, right? So I think how they're building those. That the guy that was giving you the tour, right? He said that he gathers 6 guys and builds all these buildings. Well, how do you build them? Like, what is nearby, you guys talked about the volcanic rock, which is great. And I think the use of the volcanic rock in some areas that you introduce as a kind of foundation, I think it's appropriate. The other areas that you use the adobe brick, it's I think a little problematic. Like if you use it on the floor, like how durable that is, right? I think the use of flagstone in some of your renderings of volcanic flag stone applications for stabilizing the soil, it's much more successful and much more durable. So I think you know, a little bit refinement on that. The compacted soil you see in every rural area across Latin America. That's like the typical foundation that you will see, because there's no concrete, it's just compacted dirt. The problem of that, and you'll see, is that they need water. Why you need water? Because you need water for the wind. So you have to throw a little bit of water outside each entrance. So when the wind comes, especially in this rendering, imagine you're in a meeting and a little bit of wind comes, there's a huge smoke of dust that goes and gets on everybody. So in the morning, you'll see all these people like with their bucket, like throwing water in front of their doors to mitigate that. And that's constantly. So I think thinking about a more stable surface for places for the community, I think it's doable. So for me, I would kind of invert it, unless I'm misreading the proposal, but I would like put the actual flagstones on the areas occupied, and on the to minimize the site work, maybe it is compacted dirt or some type of gravel or some of other type of surface that is more, you know, less.
You put that on the public paths, not be flagstone.
Yes.
But the interiors might be flagstone.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
So I think it's important to think about those things. Also, the functionality of the spaces. I think I really commend you on idea of flexibility. But also it's good to take it to the next level, like you did for the colonnade, and how this space can transform through time. Because the likelihood of doing this proposal like from day one, unless you have a really big donor, like I was saying kind of jokingly, they're not going to build all this day one. And that's something that you guys should consider also on the proposal, how this stages and how this builds up with the help of the community, with the help of investors. What are the most important things? Like for me, I think the market space is very important to create an opportunity for the local growers. And I mean, we're living in una comunidad agraria. So it's like agriculture is big. So how we can get a place that they can sell their products to the community and visitors and things like that. So I think for me, that would be like phase one, you know. You also talked about the recreation aspect of it, that they really needed some space for them to have like a kids playground and the basketball team. I'm still so confused why there's not a soccer team here. I don't get it. I was sketching football, un arco de fútbol ahí en la cancha. So I was really like surprised that they don't have a soccer team. But anyway, so I think that also is very important. And the other one is accessibility, because probably there's like a big change on difference on age groups in this community, even if it's a small community. And in the amount of stairs and steps and change of grades, it's really hard for, you know, for a 70-year-old, 80-year-old, 90-year-old.
Notice so the perspectives. That old lady was having a hard time on the stairs.
I know, yeah. I think they were very realistic, and she was sweating.
Yeah, and I just saw her and I just thought, oh, she's just cursing, man.
I know.
But she was persistent. She's persistent. We were modeling. Yeah, we were modeling it after our grandmas.
I love it.
Leon, I don't know if you want to have something that you want to share.
Yeah, very, very quick. I really like the project. I enjoyed how you're including the landscape in your in your analysis. The water recollection is a very good idea. It actually, and perhaps Jean-Pierre can talk about this a little bit. It reminds me about Ollantaytambo in Peru, where the acequias, where the water, these creeks are there. So it's very feasible idea. It has been done millenarily in the pre-Columbine tradition. So I really enjoy to saw that right there. I like that you took these pictures and took this tour with this contractor from the community that works with Adobe, with what works with the volcano, and it looks that like you identified very well what are the resources of the place. And very wisely you included this photograph after the materials about the participation of people. Like you are identifying the participation as one of the resources that you have, which I like really much, a lot. The plaza, it's as you said, that's a tradition in Mexico. It's more than in Mexico, in Latin America, since the Philippine ordinances. All main plazas in Latin America have this main plaza where it was designed at the beginning to centralize power, but of course right now you can do a lot of activities there. I can almost imagine to see the elementary school making their assemblies each Monday in that place. Some of the comments that and another good thing that I saw in your project is, have you pulled the tension of the project to use the totality of the site? So you're pulling the buildings to the corners, to the edges, which is very nice because you are giving this idea of using the whole space, which I think is very nice in order to use the whole site. Some of the comments that I have in order for you to see if you find it useful and appropriate is the use of shades. I think it's invaluable to have shades in public spaces. I wonder if you could have integrated more shades made of trees, for example, like line of trees that can be the shelter of the people that are walking, and also we know that trees are also retain water, and I don't know, you can create a whole ecosystem in a place with the use of trees. I don't know if that's a consideration because of the weather. I don't know, but I'm sure there are trees from the region that can be sustained in the water seasons, almost exclusively from the water seasons. I see a partition very strong. This partition, I wonder if not going to have as a consequence in the future a creation of spaces dominated by some groups. In Mexico, in the whole world, gender is a big thing when designing spaces. I wonder if by the partition of this space, unconsciously, some spaces are going to be dominated by some groups. The youth is going to be in one of the corners. The women are going to be in the market. I don't know if that can be avoided, or that is inherently in our culture, or if the design facilitates or incentivizes this to happen. So just to have it in mind.
But do you, Leon, I'm sorry, but do you say it's a good thing or a bad thing to have somehow separation?
I don't know.
It's like, really interesting what Leon is saying.
In my mind, it's a bad thing, right? Okay. But I'm sure there's an anthropologist that can say that's something natural and that should be incentivized. So I don't know, just have it in mind in order for you to sustain that idea when you explain this project in the future, because I'm sure it's something that's going to come up eventually. And I agree with Jean-Pierre and Michael, of course, with this accessibility point, not only in the lady that we see struggling, like going up the stairs, but also the accessibility. Can you please put the when you can see the whole
the axon
project? Yes, the axometry. Look, all these points are barriers some sort of way. All of these points are barriers. I wonder, which can be understood in a certain way. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It depends of how you are you dealing with it. But I wonder if a wall is a better idea to separate this place from the surroundings. I
Should be more
wonder if,
integrated. Yeah.
yeah, like I wonder if there was a way to make more smooth how you can enter, because here you can access here, perhaps here you have another access here. So in a rural environment, do you think it's a best idea to have entrances, or can the space be so friendly that you can access from everywhere, or have a lot of access points? I don't know.
I assumed that part of that, I was going to have the same critique, Leon, but I thought maybe it was just an artifact of the drawing, that this is the kind of a legal boundary, and that had they drawn more of the world around it, maybe some of that would feel better. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think this. I'm sorry?
Is there a wall around the property?
So they're working on building retaining walls, especially on this, let me mark. In the beginning of the presentation, we kind of showed how they were building retaining walls right here.
Sorry.
On that edge. And to kind of clarify kind of this idea of the entrances, I think, honestly, I think it's just a consequence of our unconscious bias of living in Austin and not really realizing this idea that, yeah, maybe you should be able to just kind of flow in and out a little bit more easily. And I think it's also a consequence of us trying to create this these two strong accesses through the site.
Communicate about low battery.
Which is great. Like I love the idea of the access as there's one point of view that it looks beautiful, and one section that looks very nice. But I think that like those access can also be integrators from from these flows of people that can be integrated in that main axe of the project. Yeah, it's just a comment, like just to think how this can be smoother in order to not be a wall, and in order not to be a limitation. Because I don't think it's going to be it's not going to flow with the idiosyncrasy of the people from a rural place such as this one. It's a great project. I really enjoyed it. Like, don't get me wrong. These are just some points that I was jotting out some minutes ago.
But listen, on the other hand, I think that the comment earlier, I think it was Jean-Pierre, who said the way that this sort of gathers the space in the middle by putting things to the perimeter and putting the climax on that street in the middle. I think that's urbanistically quite sound. I do think that had you illustrated the rest of the village around it, and just done just a little bit of work actually, showing that the street you made hooks up to other streets. I think it just would have gone around at the various connection points and made it easier. I think the whole thing would be a little more plausible. Right now, this perfect square site with your perfect square buildings on it, floating in white space, it's not persuasive yet. And if you ever show this to the community, I think you should show it in place. Yeah. I have one other comment. It is a little bit critical. It seems to me that when you went through your initial analyses, you really settled on water and shade as being the two principal issues. And when I look at this, I see water and shade. I see like that's what you did. I was a little bit missing, oh, I don't know what to call it, social theory, something about how the place is structured, something about the role of religion, something about, gosh, you know, does every building have to be made out of bamboo and this, like, would the government building really use the same architectural language as the marketplace? Like historically, that's not been the case. So you've done a kind of a Christopher Alexander thing here. Look, I have a building method. It solves all problems. Here, you be the government here, and you can be the bathroom here and the workshop here. We don't care what you put in these things. You know, because a building is a building is a building. It's a system. And I can't help thinking that if they had the right amount of money or whatever, that these buildings would get a different treatment because they were different levels, they were different classes. State, religion, God, commerce, these things would ideally get different treatment. And there's something about the evenness of this which reminds me of, oh, you know, Bernard Rudowski or Aldo van Eyck, the matte buildings of the 60s, you know, where basically it's a repetition of a technique that solves all problems.
It's interesting what Michael is saying, because you guys really went aside typology, because it's in Latin America, every Spanish colony had a very, very similar organization of the square plaza. You have the church on one side, opposite the government, the civic space, and then the plaza is just a square open for everybody. You guys did not take that approach. So there's not a sense of familiarity to it. And the hierarchy is also lost. You make a conscious decision of make everything the same. So very democratic. Yes, you read my mind, Michael. So yeah, so they're very democratic. I don't know if it's bad or wrong, but it's interesting and it's worth talking. The fact that, for example, you create this access, but you didn't address the church. So, you know, is the church entry over here or is on the other side? I think it's where the tower is. So it's really interesting. There's a lot of like idiosyncrasies on this project that are both, you know. Go ahead, Michael.
The church is completely sidelined here.
Exactly. Yes.
There's a church.
So that's interesting, especially for a community that's very religious and very conservative. You take an approach that is, you know, a little bit, you know, controversial, I would say, or like, you know, provocative. That's the word, provocative.
Hey, is that tall tower a new construction by you guys?
No, that's the existing water tower.
That's a water tower, I see.
Yeah, and the church is the way you access Jean-Pierre.
Like
and
here,
where you drew the soccer field is actually where the cemetery is. So
okay.
it is a very hard condition, and you know you are right. It was hard to address, I think, for all the teams because of the way it is built, and you know at some point it was discussed the possibility of, okay, let's redo the church, but that was probably
No.
So that's a situation that is hard to address. So that's, I think, what they tried to do was to integrate with this
with the expansion, right? The expansion of the cemetery. I think there's like a colonnade or something in there.
Yeah, there's also a slope.
A slope, okay.
Yeah, so it's a bit of like a depression. This is the church right here towards the left, that pink building. And so, yeah, it's just kind of in this intermediate space between the church and that workshop.
All right.
Yeah, but listen, you know, I just want to reiterate, as much as I've been sort of complaining a little bit, you guys did amazing. To go from, as a number of you said, here I am at UT, I've done, I don't know how many studios. This is the first time I've sat with the community, realized what their priorities are, tried to build in ways they could build, and just realized the weight of what architecture can bring. Because I think what you've done here is actually not buildings. What you've done here is architecture. And it's different. Buildings is not architecture. That guy you met who makes buildings out of metal and adobe, he's making buildings. He's not making architecture. Architecture is always better than it has to be. Architecture is always trying to reach beyond building. And just even what you've done here with the bamboo and the striated stones and the space making, that's architecture. And I think you're striving to make architecture where sort of the world doesn't want you to, really. At least the economy doesn't want you to. I think that's an invaluable experience. And I think Benjamin took you there.
Thank you, Mike. I muted some of you because there was some noise filtering through, and I think what Michael was saying was really meaningful. So
thank you.
You make sure that you can unmute yourselves if you want to respond.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments, Michael. That was very thoughtful, and it really resonates with us considering we're all on our way out of the program.
Yeah, no, it's really good. A good way to do it.
Very nice.
Do any of you feel committed career-wise to, we say, philanthropic architecture or third world architecture? Or is this, or are you going to try to get to New York and do some cool buildings as soon as possible?
I definitely feel like I personally lean more towards more public works and more philanthropic architecture. Yeah,
Okay,
I just feel like what was that?
I said, great.
Yeah, I'm definitely along those same lines as Kayla.
I agree. In my last studio was kind of something more, it was actually in an urban setting, but also focusing on an area that the economy doesn't necessarily want architecture either. And so I feel like I've even gravitated toward these projects in school.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this was a great project to have, you know, kind of like Samir said, having so many projects over the last 5 years that are, you know, without budget, really. It was really nice to have this to sort of like ground us and like bookend our studios.
It's true. Even though you've still done something that's way too expensive.
Yes, so this is not precisely cheap, but I mean the means.
No, but we're trying. That's important.
But it's interesting, you know, like things about economy and especially in our condition that we are. And I encourage everybody to always think creatively aside, you know, the economic restraints, but always keep those in mind, because that at least the way we design is we always come with a good concept and we come to a realization of the concept. And then we think, say, how we can do this more economical? How can we achieve this in the most economical way that stays true to the concept? And that gives a service to your clients. It gives a service to the communities. If you're working on the community side, and just, you know, it's the right way to design. It's just to have that sensibility for everybody, all the stakeholders on the project. But don't lose the creativity, never.
Have any of you heard of a guy named Theaster Gate? Is that a name you've heard before?
No.
Okay, Theaster, that's like theater, but with an S in the middle. So Theaster, second name Gates. He is an African-American artist in Chicago who is really renewing neighborhoods through the art community in just an incredible way. He's an amazing guy who shows what how high art, architecture, and community development can go hand in hand. I don't know that that works in, in Mexico, maybe Mexico City, um, but he's a remarkable fellow. There are movies about him, so if you just Google his name, you know what I'm saying.
Very cool.
Write it down in the chat, Michael, the name.
Okay.
I'll be good. Leon,
Yeah, I'm just funny.
I have a question for you, since you are in touch with communities and that's something that you are working on right now. And since the conversation has kind of gone in that direction, how will you say this a project like this one could be materialized in a situation in a community such as this one?
Yeah, I think that Jean-Pierre touched a very important point. I didn't want to repeat myself by saying that, but yes, that's important and relevant to mention. This project, I think it's going to be iterative. It's going to be little by little a project in these dimensions, and in this scale. Like in a town of 300 people, of course, it's gonna take time. So yes, it's going to depend of the necessities. They probably would prioritize what they need first. Probably from what I heard, the first thing they would build is the basketball court, and from that they are going to be iterative. Or iterating elements that they find that they find as a priority for them. So it's going. I guess my guess would be is that it's going to depend of them. One of the very good things that I saw from this project, and I saw it from yesterday that I saw the presentation in advance, is this thing that you really identified the community as an asset, and it is. The participation of the people is not easy to achieve. From your presentation, Benjamin, the fact that you were offered a feast that I was very envious of because it looked delicious. Everything looked delicious. That's a very good sign. That's a sign that you were invited, that you were well received,
and welcome, yeah,
and that you were welcome. And it's not a struggling community that is offering you food. It's telling you more than the food itself. So I would say that in a meeting with them, they would say that they would start from the easiest, but also from the most important thing for them. And from that, it's going to be a project that's going to be adding elements over time and according to the budget and the donations or the money that they can raise.
Yeah, it's a master plan, right? What they have here for a number of years. Okay, so it looks like we are getting to the end of this session. I just have to say that I really want to commend this group for the work that they have done. Is remarkable. It's really, really, really good. It's an excellent, outstanding piece of work. They have come long ways from, what they started with, of course, right? You can tell. And indeed within these conditions and with this a short period of time. And personally, and I think, especially having Michael here, is just a testament of how good our undergrad. I always guess the undergraduate program is. The level of our students is, especially at this stage when they are about to graduate. You have created a very competent body of work, thoughtful, sensitive, beautiful, right? Very well done body of work that it's really a testimony of you being able to in the near future to get out to you know, the job market. Hopefully, you know, it gets back up to speed soon, and be very competitive. I mean, this is, you know, this is a top notch. This is one of the best projects I have seen in the past a few years. So, very, very, very good. Very good work. I really commend you. Your renderings are very illustrative. And I think that talks about also the sensitivity that you had towards the community and understanding, you know, what is it that they will appreciate from this project. They will see this and they definitely will feel excited, right? Of course, the very first thing is going to be like, wow, that's a lot of work. That's going to be very expensive. Perhaps where is all that money going to come from? But I think that is going to make them excited and they will understand, right? These illustrations that you have here are so powerful and are so clear and also so inspiring that that will definitely make the community clear. Now we have this excited. We have the plans, we have the sections, we had to talk about them. We are in architecture school and it's information that they will have for the master plan. But you know, the way in which you have crafted this presentation also talks about how well or how sensitive you were towards the community and how they will understand the project and actually how to make them excited. So they can see themselves. The fact that you put the volcanoes over there, right? That they actually can see the project is remarkable. And the overall, the architecture. Say it again, please.
The volcano should be erupting. It would be more exciting.
There is one with the volcano erupting, right?
Yeah, there is.
Can you put that one on?
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, that one. That's fuming.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It is fuming. Yeah.
And something
We
important
saw
that
it.
you were
Actually,
mentioning,
this,
Benjamin.
Yep.
This is my favorite picture, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very nice view.
Yeah, it is
something important is that you are giving them a layout, something that they can show to the government, something that they can show to authorities, something that they can show to local entrepreneurs or businessmen to donate. They now have a leverage, like in the sense that they have something to show and there's something physical that can be shown. And not only ideas or something like that. You are giving them the opportunity to present something which is very valuable, very valuable.
Yeah, very good, guys. Thank you very much for the effort, for the time, for the commitment.
Very much. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great job, guys.
You guys did really good job. Lovely work. Very inspiring. So
thank y'all.
Thank you guys so much.
You know, the criticism and the points that were brought, I think, are totally valid. It's not that it's perfect, but you know, there are some issues and some things to think about. So please remember those and think about them. And yeah, so please keep this conversation going amongst all of you, especially thinking about what is the role that we as designers can have in a context such as this one, right? So good. Thank you very much. So I think if there is anything else, is there anything else? If there is not something else, I think we can just conclude this session of the review and move on to the next one. So we will have a break. In this case, it's going to be a 40 minutes break. We will start back at 3 p.m. And yeah, so good job.
Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you,
everybody. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Benjamin, for the invitation.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
You did a great job with the review. So wonderful.
Good job, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
Good job.
Thank you. You too.
Nice to meet you, Jean-Pierre.
Pleasure. Yeah, pleasure. Un placer.
Igualmente.
Can everyone see this? Yes. All right. So our project is Zocalo Calles. Our
Timmy,
group.
can you introduce yourselves, please?
Yeah, our group consists of me, Sydney Landers. I'm a historic preservation first year candidate.
I'm Luis Bosques. I'm a fourth year BArch student. Where's Juan?
Juan, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm Juan. I'm exchange student from Spain, also undergraduate of architecture.
Juan is joining us from Valencia, Spain right now.
Yeah.
So our project was Zocoloca is from the community of Colonia Agrarista that you've been briefed on. This project stemmed from an initial need for a park and recreation space for the children as a community, but kind of turned into a master plan for the entire block. When we were in Mexico, even though our studies were a little bit cut short because of COVID-19, we were able to speak with community residents, and they expressed a need for a formal space where they could establish social and economic connections within the community and other surrounding networks as well. They expressed an importance for ensuring that people of all ages remained mobile and active. As you can see in the photo, whenever we had our meeting, almost like a very large portion of their very small community came out and was very engaged, regardless of age, gender, anything like that. Since the project is located at the center of Colonia Agrarista, it can be accessed by all points of the community. And we wanted to promote an activity within the site, just because when we visited, we found ourselves going to specific sites, leaving the block, and navigating the streets around the block, and then going into specific sites. So this project kind of looks to expand the current context that we exist within the block of civic, recreational, social, religious, and health purposes. Also to note that while we're creating a centrally located space, like a formal zocolo that you see in a lot of traditional Mexican cities, we chose the name Calles because the community's name is Colonia Agrarista Emiliano Zapata. So we kind of just very much condensed it a little bit shorter just because it is kind of a mouthful to say, and still creating a sense of pride within the community for who they are as agricultural people.
So this is our site analysis diagram, and it just points out a lot of the existing infrastructure on the site. So try to mark here on the screen. So this building over here is the existing church, which kind of has a pretty strong, character in the community. It's, this predominantly Catholicism is the major religion in this area. So it plays a huge role in the site. Also existing is the Civic Center, which consists of a small building and then a small shade structure, which is where the community typically meets or assembles during important issues. Also, there's a small clinic sort of in the center of the site with a small driveway that was sort of a government issued project. And then these two buildings on the southeast corner are two storage buildings. And then also to the northwest corner is a small concrete pad for the existing basketball court that is there. We were also looking at the solar patterns along the site. So outlined here, we have the summer solstice and as well as the winter solstice as the kind of it's very similar to Austin that the sun rises in the northeast-ish and then sets again in the southwest area. And so we were also looking at the sort of vegetation that currently exists on the site. So it's very minimal, a few scattered trees here and there around the church and along the edges of the streets. Oh, and as well as there's a small water tower that kind of sits on the highest point of the site. The topography generally starts along, or it's typically highest at this eastern side of the site and then slopes downward to the western street over here. So that was another thing that we kind of wanted to examine in our design or our proposal for this project. This is our site-based design diagram. So since, as Sydney mentioned earlier, the block is at the center of the community. So we wanted to recreate that same idea within the block itself through the use of buildings kind of framing the central location, which we are calling the Zócalo. And we're doing, the buildings sort of act as a frame where people would be allowed to access the buildings and then therefore the center of the site, the Zócalo. Also with that strategy, we're kind of creating these terraces in throughout the site. So we have 3 distinct tiers, if you'd call it, or if you want to call it that, to where the kind of creating different zones where each of the projects are located.
Yeah, it's pretty important to, I guess, note that these terrains are already pre-existing and we're simply kind of facilitating a more navigatable pathway between them. So as the diagram that you see below, there is an existing terrain that already slopes like we saw in the previous site analysis diagram. So the terraces are just kind of like making these, facilitating them and kind of distinguishing them a little bit more.
Okay, so then as Luis was saying, the block is the heart of the town. We are proposing the Zócalo being the heart of the block, but also of the town. So the Zócalo will be the central space for gathering, and it will be surrounded by different spaces, different programs that will delve into this central space. Also, an important thing for us was the use of the retaining walls as the elements that will organize the space, but also tie it together and will be a main of circulation and connect all the different spaces. As we saw that in the existing site right now, the spaces or the buildings that are right now there are very separated, very detached. So we wanted to make it more cohesive.
As for our programs, like I stated before, we try to focus on a lot of what the community specified as needs. So creating an economic anchor within the community, just because a lot of what they use right now is on kind of like a trade and barter system. So, so we decided to introduce a market hall that kind of formalizes this economy, allowing them to commit to like commerce with other communities as well. In addition, kind of recreating their civic center space because they needed a lot more shade, a lot more, I guess, a space that could facilitate them more comfortably. As well, we saw a very strong sports culture. They're very much into basketball and play and do tournaments with other communities. So we wanted to facilitate that and kind of shift over the pre-existing sports field that currently exists where the market hall would be, and incorporate it also with an exercise facility for all ages to kind of promote outdoor activity, but also as a community, not as like a solitary activity. As well, the Zócalo in the middle, and then coming into the third terrace, an expansion upon their current clinic and helping their healthcare needs, and kind of tackling the issues that they currently have with their burial system and their church.
These are just some of the many precedents that we looked at for this project. Over on the top left is the Mambuito School in Zambia. What we took away from this project was the separation of the roofing structure, or the roofing canopy and the building structure. So earthquakes are common in Mexico, and we wanted to implement a building strategy where the two systems, the roofing system and the building system, would operate separately. So in the event of an earthquake, one system wouldn't devastate the other, or vice versa. So we thought about implementing that same strategy here in our proposal. We also looked at the implementation of a bamboo roof supported by a steel structure, as well as the Zócalo. We looked at a lot of projects, but this one in particular, the Plaza Hermano Miguel in Quito, where it kind of has a similar strategy, creating these tiered terraces through steps, and then having different sort of spaces for different uses. So that's something we kind of wanted to recreate in our project as well. Also, the notion of step seating was popular in our proposal as well. We looked at how we can integrate or making the terrain more navigable so that, it's a lot more accessible throughout the site. And then also for the playground, we thought about embedding current playground features such as like a rock climbing wall or a cargo net, and that being embedded into the retaining walls to kind of emphasize that relationship between the retaining walls and our programs. Also, we just looked at certain outdoor exercising equipment that could be implemented in order to allow the older residents to remain active, because that was another prime concern that they had mentioned when we were meeting with them.
Okay, so regarding the circulation, we wanted to create a central space, right? And the buildings that surround that central space kind of define that space. But we also wanted to make sure that those buildings or those interventions are very permeable, so the central space can be accessed from all the points around the block. Also say that we have the radial circulation from the retaining walls, but also a linear circulation through in the terraces. Yeah.
As for vegetation and materials, context, and proposal, we kind of went about placing a lot of vegetation in ways to cope with climatic conditions. So we have placed a lot of trees in places to kind of just promote shade, just because that seemed like a very strong issue because the sun is very overbearing a lot of the times during the summer seasons. And then also creating like cactus walls and bushes lining a lot of harsh edges in the area to just kind of make it smooth it out a little bit. Also incorporating a lot of plant beds into these terraced stair steps to kind of like interrupt these long spans of stairs as well. As for materials, a lot of our shade structures that we have chosen to put above our buildings are bamboo with steel supports. The wood is prevalent as for plant beds. We used volcanic rock for the foundation of a lot of the adobe buildings that we're proposing, and also for the retaining walls and for a lot of the pathways and steps. There's concrete pavement already pre-existing in the site, as well as polished concrete for the memorial monument.
So our construction method consists of using the idea of the retaining walls and continuing that materiality into the building. So we decided to impose a volcanic rock foundation that supports the adobe brick walls, and then also the Villeta y Bovadilla roofing system would enclose that building. And then again, we wanted to separate the roofing structure from the building structure, so we imposed a steel rigid frame system with cross bracing that supports the lightweight bamboo roof top. And in the wall section, you can kind of see the separation between the two systems as the steel structure kind of hugs the edges of the building.
In our site plan, this kind of visualizes the terraces once again as three separate components at three separate terrains. As previously mentioned, these are all of our programs and kind of shows where vegetation belongs and is not, as well where a lot of like shade coverage is. I'm going to go in a different view mode for this to make sure these look a little bit better. So for our elevations at the very top, starting at the left, we have a pre-existing water tower that we're not touching because it is part of their infrastructure that they need. But the community has a cemetery site right here adjacent to the church. And currently they're kind of just building over pre-existing burials where they have like 3 to 4 burials on top of each other, and they're creating very large mounds. And it's kind of expressed worries for like sanitation reasons, and just because they're getting very close to capacity right now. So what we are proposing is moving the current burials like respectfully to another site where they can expand more easily, and then creating a I guess a very square, minimal geometric monument out of polished concrete where names could be engraved of those who were previously buried there and prominent community members who may pass away. So you still have a area of remembrance, but kind of tackling that burial issue they have. We're not touching the church, but once you create go along the retaining wall and the step terraces, you kind of hit the second terrain, which is the civic center. We kind of created a dog trot almost entry to create a visual path line from the street into the Zocalo. And then coming down is the market hall.
Yeah, so the market hall, or I think all of the, all of the built elements in this project kind of create that idea of the jog trot, or like a breezeway, to allow or to encourage, you know, natural ventilation throughout the spaces, because it is a very hot and arid climate. So shading and natural ventilation were 2 things that we really wanted to focus on. So we decided to create a formal strategy where we would basically have, you know, blocks of buildings all under a single canopy. And then that again just kind of encourages airflow, as well as, you know, just accessibility within the site. And it's also important to note that through this like northern elevation, you can see those distinct kind of tiered zones that we're trying to create through the retaining walls, kind of separating the programs, and then also showing the transition between those spaces through the use of the step terraces and the seating elements. Yeah. Oh, and then looking down a little bit further, we have the west elevation, and this is primarily looking at the 2 projects, the market hall on the very left. Let me see, I can mark it. Yeah, so you're brought in from the street level into this first building, which consists of restrooms as well as a storage space, and then to the next building is the community kitchen, and then finally you're out into the workshop area over here, and then this then leads you to a small little plaza area, or imagined to be used as like a grilling area, a seating area, or maybe even an outdoor workshop area for the community, that they can for them to, you know, build and produce certain things that they can sell in the market hall during market hall events.
Yeah, in kind of on the center, we can see of this elevation, we can see, that will be the central space we're creating, the Zocalo. Kind of it's in between it's a space or the void creating between the buildings that are on one side and on the other. Yeah, and we can see here how it relates very close with the playground, which is next to it. And then, sorry. And then we will have the cover space where we will see later, but the restrooms, exercising area is. Yeah, and on that bottom elevation, the south elevation, we can see again the 3 different terraces with in the lower one where the soccer field is, and it has also that strong relation with the Zocalo that is right below this shade structure, which is again the exercising area. And yeah.
Transitioning from this exercising area, we have the terrace retaining walls, and then into the current clinic, which is the structure right here with the expansion that we'll get into more details later. That follows the same building construction and materials context of the rest of our proposals. And then going up the terrain, we have an intervention of just like trees and seating areas to ease the areas, just because it is very bland right now. And then at the highest terrain, there's actually 2 storage buildings that we aforementioned, and we're proposing repurposing those into clinicians' quarters to kind of anchor in better healthcare. With our sections, they kind of illustrate a similar thing.
Yeah, they're similar. This one is again the section looking similar to elevation which is seen through the south, and we can see here clearly the 3 terraces, with the first one the sports field. We can see here how the retaining wall on the edge works as a seating, as grades for this sports court that is still under that roof. And yeah, that roof kind of connects into the next, we have just seen the next retaining wall. Yeah, and then on top will be again the clinic.
As for our other sections, they kind of just cut through the Zocalo once again, and these public spaces that we're proposing. I'm gonna switch views again. It will let me. Juan, do you want to speak on this a little bit more while my computer buffers?
Yeah. Okay, so here we can see, for example, in those in the section on the top, how that's the intermediate platform. We can see how in the center we can see that kind of intervention here with the stairs. That's the platform we're proposing for having a stronger connection with the direct connection with the church. So we bring the church that it's now kind of detached or separated from that central space into that central space. And here we can see again that fluidity that even we have that roof or that constructed buildings, it still reads like the linear or the circulation can flow more freely.
So this is the ground plan for the market hall. And since we're using the idea of using the buildings to sort of turn the focus inward and are sort of located along the street side, we had to pay attention to how you would approach the site, how you would approach these projects and how you would enter the site. So we have, I've created, we've created like a space for like an intermediate zone that's set aside from the street, so to sort of act as a buffer zone from the street. And then there's a small corridor that takes you into this large market hall space that's covered by the bamboo canopy. And then we have the 2 buildings sort of framing that, or the 3 buildings, sorry, framing that space and turning the focus more towards the Zocalo that's to the southwest. And then further south, we have the large sort of plaza space that I imagine to be used for seating, as well as like outdoor grilling or outdoor workshop areas. And again, these were the 2, or this building is the community kitchen, as well as the workshop, where I imagine, people in the community could, cook and produce certain goods, handicrafts, pottery, things like that, and then use that to sell in the market hall space to sort of generate some revenue for the economy, and which they can use for other small public works projects throughout the site, as well as helping, fund certain or fund this project if it comes to realization. This is just a render of what I imagine that space to look like. You have the step terrace seating in volcanic rock, as well as a volcanic rock floor slab, and the adobe wall, or the 2 buildings, the community kitchen on the right, and then the workshop on the left, to sort of frame that market hall space.
Continuing from the market hall, we proposed a kind of restructure of the current civic center that they have. Currently, they had a pre-existing building right here that was made in the 90s, and it was just a one-room structure that isn't really facilitating what they need right now. So we're proposing a 3-building system where we still replace the current office they have for their main official. They have a democratic system where they vote in an elder from the community who exhibits potential in creating, I guess, change for the community. So this would be the office for them. The second building would kind of just be like a small meeting room for closer like officials. And then the third larger building that kind of spans the entire area would just be a civic assembly room, just because right now they're kind of assembling over a shade structure and it's very small. We wanted to facilitate a better space for them to do so. And this entire space is covered by one bamboo shade structure, allowing navigation between these spaces and having volcanic rock pathways that kind of continue the same narrative from the retaining walls. As well, it opens up into the Zocalo. And it's also framed by the street, like the market hall, and then continues onto the church to the right. This is just a rendering of what we would see the Civic Center looking like. It continues the same narrative of adobe with volcanic rock foundation, with that bamboo roof structure allowing for navigation between these spaces. And then a little continuation of also the Zocalo area as well.
Okay, so this will be a west-south part of the block, and will be kind of the recreational or exercising program. That we can see, I will try to annotate. This over here will be the Zocalo, so we see how there's a strong connection between the Zocalo, that's the central space, and the playground. And we can see over here on the lower part that the sports field, soccer or basketball seats kind of sunken, so it can be seen from seatings that are all around the soccer field. They really insisted on the importance of sports. They even have a women basketball team, and it kind of plays a really important role in their lives as they compete with different towns and make basketball plays. So we also wanted to give propose this seating area and these locker rooms and restrooms, kind of serving this use. Can you go next? Okay, so that is a render of how we imagine that sports field being. We can see it's a generous big space for not only for basketball, but it can host different sports. And on the back we see the seating, kind of facing the sports field.
Can you go back to the plan of that for one quick second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's this view taken? Looking.
Right here.
From here.
Facing the Zocalo area.
Okay.
So like, yeah.
Exactly. And the roof, will be right here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there will be a zoom in on the exercising area or the recreation area, where we can see how here different ages or different generations come together, as we have the playground with two different spaces, one on the right that has an interactive, more playful intervention of the retaining wall that consists on a climbing wall, a net more for children that is right next to the cover area that ties together a more grown people area for exercising machine, as we have shown on the beginning of the presentation, and then the locker room and the restrooms that kind of differentiate or separates the soccer field and this other area, but then the roof ties everything together, the part of the sitting area, the restrooms, and the exercising area, as we see on the section. Yeah, this will be a view from this cover area exercising where the tables and the exercising machines will be, looking through the Zócalo and the playground that we have a big tree providing shade to, but it will be kind of more open with yeah, we can see here the climbing wall, the net for climbing to, a slide. Yeah.
Continuing from, as you can see in this render, at the top of this climbing wall that comes from the terraces that we have within the Zócalo, we kind of lead into the clinic at this perspective, right at this point right here. This building right here is the pre-existing clinic that they have right now. What we have proposed is an expansion of a workshop area and additional storage and office spaces, just because the community has a lot of health needs and concerns, but not necessarily the resources to facilitate that. So if there was the opportunity of visiting scholars to give workshops to the community about their health concerns and how to help navigate these, this workshop space would be available for that. And in addition, we have repurposed the current storage spaces into dormitories for a possible medical, a clinician or a doctor that can be anchored within the community, and then possibly like a medical student who's doing a residency as well. A community garden and additional seating spaces and shading is also proposed within the green spaces around to create a more relaxed climate. And also all of these three structures are covered by the same shade structure, creating a little pathway that kind of frames the view near the church as well. And this is just a rendering of what we presume this would look like. There are pathways coming between these two buildings and these two buildings, and then having the church and the water tower in the background with the medical residencies as well. And we kind of just followed the same narrative as for the buildings, having a stucco and a paint system that they already have with their pre-existing one, and the same windows and doors, just to try to keep it all cohesive.
And finally, this will be a view from the Zócalo, that central space. We can see here that sitting area, but also that platform kind of wrapped by the cactus wall that kind of connects the central space symbolically with the church. And yeah, with the trees creating some shade on the edges, but kind of open on the center with the volcanic paving.
And this is just kind of a final slide showing our site plan, contextualizing the entire site that we have proposed. And we are open to comments now.
Well, I guess I'll chime in since I guess someone has to start. A few things. I think there are some, I think, quite smart strategies that you guys are employing. And I think they run from different scales. So scale number one, the idea of creating a central collective community space in the middle of the block and using that to kind of centralize the social life of the town, of the colonia, I think is smart. And then, a couple questions related to that. Maybe I missed it in Benjamin's presentation. What is the population of this place?
Around 320 people.
320?
Yes.
And my instinct is it's a pretty tight-knit community, correct?
Yes,
Mhm.
very much.
Yeah. So would this space need to work for, you know, over 100 people if there was some kind of event, festival? Like, how do we know what the right scale of this space is in terms of how it operates for events? Do we have a sense of that?
Yeah, I think our intention was to sort of, I guess, increase the scale, because right now it is very tight knit, very, you know, interpersonal. I think we want to kind of allow this project to establish, or allow them to establish, you know, certain social and economic connections throughout the community, as well as, you know, other surrounding communities, you know, even larger cities like at Lixco, because right now they have to travel to other cities or other communities to get what they need, you know, like shoes, clothes, things like that. So we want this project to sort of be, you know, a basis for them to sort of be that community where others are going to purchase certain things that they need.
So you're talking about it as an economic community. I was talking about it more.
Oh,
right. So those are two different kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could just be, I mean, and the real fundamental question is the size and the relationship to the community and numbers. If there was a gathering of, say, 50 or another gathering of 100, do they fit in the square, kind of? Does that simplify the question, Dean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's related to that. Are there particular festivals that happen here throughout the year, or things that you could use to kind of gauge how to, let's say from a landscape architecture perspective, program the surface?
Yeah, so I know that the state of Puebla has it was divided into 7 socioeconomic regions, and like each of those regions kind of specializes in what they produce, like agriculture or, you know, pottery, things like that. So I think we want this to sort of be a large enough space to accommodate that certain festival activities, you know, to just sort of celebrate what the community produces and allow others to, you know, visit and join in.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more like, you know, Day of the Dead than it was pottery, right? You know, like things that are actual, like maybe they're religious festivals, maybe they're
Like the whole calendar, the whole, what's Easter like? What's
all of that. So
who's their saint? What's the saint? You know, I think it goes further too, Dean. I think I would love to see a little bit more investigation into the identity and what the community really, you know, feels their identity is. And like, what's the biggest soccer club in the neighborhood? I mean, at a very fundamental way, how do these people perceive themselves and their worldview? Almost those things I think would inform how the movement, the parade, the procession, all of those things that happen in public spaces work, as well as given your existing conditions, which I know were pretty profound, and you managed to stay within. I think that one of the things that I really like about this is everything you've said. I really like. You know, I really like the conceptual framework. I wish it had more of a cultural armature to hang together with. And I really think that but there's a Yeats poem, I think, The Center Doesn't Hold, that it doesn't quite, it seems a little bit still as a collection of parts as opposed to something that's a gestalt as a whole. And I think some of that might have to do with how you may define circulation or movement through it and give it more of a hierarchy. Your diagram even, it's almost as though you can come from everywhere and go everywhere, which is fine. But I'm just trying to find a way to do that. I don't feel like it's really coalesced into a really super powerful whole, but I like every move you've made.
Yeah, I have a similar sensibility, but I think that there's a way into that, right? So part of it is establishing the real, let's call it cultural importance of that central space, which I think you guys are trying to do. The other sort of issues related to that, I think, are perhaps tectonic. So one of the things that I really like about the project is the strategy of trying to work with the topography, use it to establish a kind of language of rock surfaces and walls that become this kind of binding agent across the site that can also be programmed. You can sit on them and watch a soccer game. You can sit on them and see what happens in the square. They become the foundation for the buildings. I really like that idea. I wish it was pushed even further. Maybe it's not just the foundations for the buildings. Maybe there's some walls of the buildings that actually become part of this tectonic, or maybe there are cases where the buildings actually engage these retaining walls a little more, and the retaining walls transform into some of the building walls. And then maybe the adobe becomes infill or something. So I think using the surface of this volcanic rock as a way of establishing a kind of infrastructure across the site that tries to bind everything together spatially and tectonically, I think is really potentially strong. I would have loved to have seen a drawing. I mean, you guys have a lot of drawings and some of them are really beautifully crafted. When you made your presentation, which frankly was pretty long, it was for the most part, a lot of it was a description of programmatic intentions, which are fine. I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about the kind of architectural language questions. So for instance, I would have loved to have seen a drawing, maybe an axonometric of just the rock, right? And what the rock is doing spatially. And then another drawing of just the adobe, or the adobe sitting on the rock, right? And then I'm assuming there's a third system because there's a roof on those adobe buildings, which is not the bamboo roof, right? It's another roof, whether it's concrete or something. That's the roof that's actually the waterproofing roof for the buildings. If I'm reading the architecture correctly, is it concrete that's spanning across there?
Yeah, so it's like, or it's a system they have in place that if you get the Ibarra-Sevilla, it's, I don't know if you can like zoom in a little, Sydney.
I can see it.
Yeah,
but it's where I just circled, right?
Yeah, that would be the primary enclosed.
Right. So I'm reading that as another material, right?
Okay.
And actually, that's the material that probably slopes, right? Because that's the material that actually channels the water, right? And then you have the other roof, which is this kind of independent intercolumnated system with the bamboo screening, which is also really nice in terms of, you know, shade with wind in between the roof volume and the building volumes, and how that works kind of microclimatically, I think is nice. I'm not fully convinced about the structure of that sort of columnated system yet. The sort of way in which you span, the spacing of the columns, how you span between the columns. I think all of that isn't really completely resolved. Are the columns equally spaced, or do they change their sizes in terms of the bays, which is what they seem to do when I look at your plans? So what I think is that actually, if you have this system of walls that are binding all the different programmatic kind of conditions of the site together, sometimes those walls sort of engage buildings and they help stiffen the buildings, and the buildings become kind of stereotomic or earthwork-like, and they come up from the ground, and they're made by people from the community who learn how to build walls like this, right? And then you have the adobe system, and then you have this concrete system, and the concrete system might be lintels over openings as well as the roofs, right? If we kind of follow, you know, 1950s Le Corbusier. And something with the ground, and then these initial roofs actually have to do with how water moves across the site, which is another question about, how much does it rain? What's the intensity of it? Because I think the relationship between water, the roofs, the sloping of the land, the sloping of the landscape, and where you choose to plant plants and what kinds of plants you choose to plant in relationship to the water tower and all that sort of stuff could be another system that you could really, I think, take seriously. Do you capture water in a cistern on occasion? Does it pump up to the water tower? And then the roofs become this sort of shading system. My issue with the roofs beyond the tectonics are they're fairly tight to the buildings. The one place that they don't seem really tight to the buildings is in the market hall, where they sort of become free of the building volumes of the more sort of rectangular building volumes. I think that's really nice. I would love to see, let's say, a strategy whereby the roofs become more systemic, much like you're trying to do with the walls, and less individualized on the individual pavilions, and less sort of sloping related to water, because for me, they're probably not completely waterproof. It's really the roofs below them that are waterproof. So I love the idea of the project. I love the thought and the care you guys have put into the project. I feel that architecturally, there are 2, 3, or 4 different, let's call it material systems that can be constructed by people in the community, fairly low technology, that I think could be a little bit stronger in terms of pulling all this stuff together.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a, sorry if I jump in, but there's a staggering amount of volcanic stone on the floor, and that's it. I was wondering, first of all, where you get the volcanic stone. I know there's some volcanoes nearby, or not so nearby. So is that region occupied by a lot of volcanic stone? Then that makes a lot of sense to me. Therefore, I would have loved to see using that volcanic stone in a natural state of repose or resting for the material, meaning if you look at the pyramids, or if you look at the natural state of the way you find the rocks in nature, that could have informed not only the floor, but also how you build walls with it, how do you build plazas, and all these different levels that could have been, that stone could have been part of those retaining walls and creating architecture within, and not having a separate building from the retaining wall, but the wall becoming part of that building that is protecting and is giving also, natural cooling and heating. Well, not heating here. You would need only cooling elements. So there's a lot of interesting things that could have been done with just that element. And volcanic stone is, I'm a huge fan of volcanic stone in ancient and contemporary architecture. Just look at Luis Barragan's work. And then, how can that be informed as not only a texture, which is what you have right now, but also structure and also protection in systems that could be encompassing a full theme and a full concept that is intrinsically attached to the cultural components of what Tim was speaking of. So I feel like this is a very pragmatic project, and I appreciate a lot of the strategies, and it seems very rational, and how you approached it is very interesting, because there's a lot of really good scattered concepts spread throughout the project. Now there's some cohesive nature that is almost there, and I see it. And when I was looking at your presentation and hearing you were saying the things that I wanted to see. And I feel like this was just a bit shy from being too cautious, maybe, or thinking too much about budget, probably. Which is great, because this is a place where they don't have a lot of budget for anything. So I'm glad that you were very cautious in that sense, and very simple solution sort of approach. But I think there's more to that simplicity that could have brought a lot of grandeur in the architecture with just very simple things like just the volcanic stone alone. So, well, and I also want to congratulate you for heroically finishing a semester through a pandemic and remotely learning and all. It's just, I understand the restrictions that you went through and you still pulled through. So congratulations to the group and Benjamin for pulling it out.
Thank you.
So I can add a comment. I don't see myself. I'm sorry, guys. I joined a little later, so I didn't see all your presentation, but I have a couple of comments. First of all, I congratulate you because I see that there is a delicate, I mean, the project is very delicate, it's very sweet. We can interpret it as uncertain, but I think that is characterized by a sort of sweetness. It's delicate, it won't really melt with the context. So therefore, the technology that you use, the paving, the volcanic rock paving, and also the wall, the thick wall that you created, I think they really respect a little bit the spirit of the place and also the organization of the space with a larger space that also is associated with smaller spaces. I think that these in some way respect a lot I would say the genetic code of the Mexican space. Tell me, Benjamin, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong. So you try to reinterpret what the other colleague said, a little bit the worldview of the people who should use the space. So I really loved the material and also the vernacular character of the buildings that you created. However, I may say that you are maybe too shy. It's like that you are not really embracing, and I also would say graphically embracing the architecture that you have created. So, for example, you surrounded, actually you covered everything with these big roofs that provide shade. I think it's very nice idea, also technological, very effective, from a sustainable standpoint, very effective. It provides this crossing ventilation that cool down the roof. That's very nice. However, if we go to the clinic, let's go to the clinic expansion. You are talking about an expansion. What you did, you used exactly the same strategies that you use for the other buildings. So you are wrapping the little pre-existing clinic, very little, very tiny, I would say very, it reminds us of ancient times that don't exist anymore, you know, to have such a small clinic. So you wrapped this building with your roof like you did for the new structure. I would create a differentiation between what is old and what is new. The facade of the old, I don't know how it looks like, the facade of the older clinic, but maybe the facade of the older clinic keeps its old opening, its old colors. Maybe it's not covered by the same roof, or maybe it's covered, let's say, until the beginning of the structure. Because there is a differentiation between what is old and what is new that I think should be in some way emphasized. You are designing into a place that has a culture, that has a character, that has a sort of idea of how the plazas should look like, how vegetation should shade the public spaces. Therefore, I think that also here, a more sensitive approach to say, hey, this is existing, I keep it, maybe I restore it, I don't know, I leave the small opening, and then I connect with the new structure, but not covering it like the other structure. So this is one of my comments. I think, yeah, that these in some way it would be a more sensitive approach to the site. Then I have a very secondary graphic comment, but it's not so secondary for me. Can I see some of your plans, especially the plan, the recreation project? Not this one, the previous one, yes, this one. So the graphic is very nice and very minimalistic. I really love it. However, me that I love load-bearing walls, I would say that you don't emphasize the dignity of this technology. Maybe Benjamin does not agree with me, but for example, I would have poché the entire section of the walls, because this is what you want to see. You want to see the thickness of these walls. This is not a modernist building. This is all, I mean, it's the vernacular technique characterized by heaviness and thickness. So when you draw it, you should not be shy. You poché it with a dark gray, option 1. Option 2, you create a big thickness of the line, I don't know, 0.4, 0.5. So we really understand that this building is grounded is attached to the ground. And then if you have your lavic stone, maybe a very nice pattern of the lavic stone should be emphasized. So this looks like a detail, but at the end it's not, because it's a way for you to control the project, to enter in the mindset of Adobe or masonry structure. Don't be shy when you want to express the materiality of what you are designing. Then a last thing, third comment, can you go back to the master plan?
Yes.
So in general, so I see that it's a delicate project, and so this delicate approach should differentiate the old and new, and should emphasize, so don't be shy, emphasize the load-bearing walls. And then last element, if you have a hierarchy between larger space, the number 1, and the smaller space, like the space that is really around the clinic, you really have to be strong, because you put some walls, right? And actually it's not walls. You put some trees between the larger space and the space of the clinic. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe you have the trees, but the trees have to work as a wall. Therefore, you have more dense vegetation. Maybe you have a wall. Why not? You have a wall with a gate that tells you that you are entering in the clinic area. So I think that create a clear hierarchy between the main spaces and the secondary spaces. I think this is another aspect that that should be, you should be bolder in this. So think, okay, let's do a wall that is Adobe, that separates, and then I create a gate. So it's something separated from the main space. And then that's it. I think that overall is very nice, very connected with the cultural and environmental context. Thank you. Sorry.
No.
I don't know if you want to add something to what I said.
I do appreciate the comment about respecting the thickness of the walls. That was something that I guess while drawing the plans, you just kind of assume without actually implementing. And then one thing to note is that the clinic, I do appreciate the distinction between the old and the new, but the clinic was built in 2018 by the government, so it is relatively new.
Yeah. It's a new, it's existing, but it's new.
Yeah, it's a new building. If you guys, do you guys have pictures of that clinic?
I don't believe. Oh wait, we do here. It's right.
Can you zoom in? You probably can zoom in, right?
Here. Yeah.
But it's a project that was implemented by the federal government, and they use it's a model that they use for every single town everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And so yeah, and the town is very happy that the federal government came and did something for them, and that was a clinic. There are several issues about the clinic that we think are not precisely right, but generally speaking, it's an asset and it's something they really appreciate.
So basically, it is part of your strategy, and so this is interesting and I think effective to integrate, let's say, an ugly project in a project that wants to be more sensitive. So yeah, I understand now, and I think that the strategy of covering with the same rule therefore works very well.
Good work,
I mean, to me, one last comment, or two comments are related to one comment. When you look at the plan that you guys show of the original existing town, right? It's actually quite, to put it in American vernacular, suburban. There's no kind of urbanism there other than maybe that one little intersection, which has a series of buildings kind of lined up along the south side. Like that's the only urban, from my reading of this drawing, that seems to be the only semblance of an urban condition in this town, in this colonia right now. And so what I really like about what you guys are trying to do is to give this community a heart, not only kind of programmatically and or culturally, but spatially, right? So the relationship between what happens in the new Zocalo, what happens on this one street to the south, that sort of spatially as a sequence, sort of starting to build. I mean, that's kind of where the soccer field is, right? Which is a bit of a question. But that connection between, which is sort of jumping around here. Can you kind of just hold it steady for a second? That connection, I think, between what happens in this space and potentially this edge right here, right? Seems to be like the real urban situation that's happening in the town. So the comment that Angela just made about, being a little bolder about the role of walls, secondary, primary spaces and all of that, I completely am on board with. The other piece of that when you were describing your project, you kept talking about the trees as providing shade. And yes, absolutely, that's what they want to do. But when you read how landscape is disposed across your plan, it reads more like gardening than how landscape can help to frame urban spaces, right? So if you kind of compare it to, say, a Spanish colonial town, a Zocalo or something, where there's a very dense bosque of trees, whether they're ficus or jacarandas, like in, Puebla, there's the opportunity, I think, to create some real dense bosques or alleys or walls, screens, whatever, of trees. And what I was thinking is that the spacing of the trees, the sort of columns of the trees, and the roof that the trees provide, and the spacing of the steel structure and the shade that the steel structure provides, it might be interesting to begin to look at how those two systems of shading, like the one kind of man-made, the other one natural, could start to create a kind of new figure ground relationship on the site that could help to give some real urban definition to the new Zocalo, and then try to scale and give spatial definition to the secondary spaces that kind of revolve around it,
I'm hoping, and I was hoping to see a little bit more transitional spaces between buildings. Feels like there's a lot of opportunity between the separate buildings to have some cohesion between them with the exterior spaces, more than just covering them with that floating roof. I think there's a lot of uses that can be done outdoors that are just now so shy in the way they're presented. And I wish there was more outdoor furniture, for example, created with the volcanic stone, and more opportunities for that threshold between interior and exterior, which in a place like this, they don't have snow like we do in Minnesota, for example. And, they have opportunities for outdoor experiences more than any other place. And it feels like all these buildings are so isolated from each other. They're capsules where it's contained just for an office use. And there's this lack of community approach. So a sense of arrival or a sense of placemaking is lacking in the overarching approach of the project. But it's just fine tuning, I guess. If you were to continue working on the project, I can see that this would be something that you would elaborate, because you're thinking these things and you're talking about them when you're presenting, and you looked at the precedents in the surrounding areas, and you have that in your mind. Now, I wish you would have done a little bit more research, and maybe you did, but you didn't present it, on vernacular architecture and construction methods in that area, and how that would inform your decisions, how you approach the site.
We didn't do a ton of research, but we did just try to replicate the current systems they have of a volcanic rock foundation and like Adobe CMU situations that they have in pre-existing buildings. But that is definitely something to look into.
So let me ask you, so the volcanic rock pavings is random like the one that you created, or it has different way of being laid, more regular, more squared? Because I think that this is another interesting aspect of your project, that the paving in itself, the way it's organized, could really organize a little bit the circulation, so the way is laid. So the question is, in Puebla, do we have this type of random pattern for the pavings, or we have also different way of patterns, different way of cutting the stone?
As far as I'm concerned, I think that rock is very regular when they get it. So for walls and paving, they just make a irregular paving, putting them together.
Okay, like the one you did, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But you have an opportunity to, I mean, you guys are solving a lot, right? You have a lot of pieces. You're trying to work together on a group project in 3 completely different sets, different homes via Zoom. So, it's natural that it's not completely sort of integrated necessarily, which is fine. I do think the whole idea of the materiality of the project is really interesting. And the comments I'm hearing are really about kind of pushing that agenda farther, more poetically onto the site, but also a way that sort of engages the climate and the culture and all of that sort of stuff. One last sort of thought that I had, if you go back to your plan, overall plan, just go to the site plan. So if I read your project correctly, this is a market hall, right? So that potentially is a high space. 6 is a recreational area. It's potentially a high space. This is kind of a low space. This is kind of a low space, right? So I'm wondering whether or not, if I'm going to sort of draw a section through here, if the section is gradually sort of, finding its way up the slope, and there's a kind of bosque of trees in here that's sort of setting up some sort of, canopy. I wonder if that roof structure could actually begin to establish a datum across the site, where you might get the lower volumes underneath, where the program is more compressed, And then where the program needs to be higher because it's the market hall or it's the recreation, it actually gives you more height there. And you could actually use the section condition of the roof as a way of sort of helping also to tie the landscape together.
You know, when you were talking about the word Zócalo, I was thinking of kiosco rather than Zócalo. And, you know, when you think of small rural towns and the proximity to the church, they always have this little kiosco. It's a kiosk, basically, where the communities just usually walk around in circles, and then the traditionally all Mexican families, the women walk in one way and the men walk in the other way, and that's where they have that's their tinder of you know, Mexican culture, and that's how they meet people actually for marriage. And you know, if you think about the cultural implications of a community plaza within that culture, all those intricacies are hard to understand when you're not part of the culture, of course. But there's something about rural endeavor that needs to be, as a designer, we need to come to those terms and understanding of what the culture is demanding and how they behave in a plaza, different from a mall or a university campus, which this is more like it. This looks more like a campus for a university than it is a community center in Mexico. Now, there's a lot of opportunities with landscape, of course, and I think what Dean was saying is exactly what I was expecting to see from just the plan view when I saw it. And then, but the Zócalo or the kiosk is the main component that is really absent in the project, and I was hoping to see it addressed.
I have a few quick comments. This is Mike. And I think that they are derived in a lot from what everyone else has said. I think that my biggest issue, two issues, and it's really one big issue, is that I'm not seeing the relationships being drawn strongly enough between the culture and the place, between the roof that floats and the building that's underneath it. I mean, you look at the renderings and the columns are, either they should be engaged in the wall or they should be pulled from the wall. I think that how this is used, to me, is just so critical, and I think it's undersold, and I think your drawings undersell it. I mean, I think when you look at, there's no experiential drawings. I want to see the Zócalo at whatever, you know, Good Friday, you know, I want to see it. How is it used? Is it used for processions? What's the relationship to the church and to this plaza? You said there's lots of trees for shade. I couldn't disagree more. There's hardly any trees, and they're not really providing shade as far as I can see. And they're not composed in patterns that are meaningful from either cultural or landscape or making, like Dean mentioned that. I mean, you might have trees all the way around and all those things. Now, this is all being said in the context that I really like your project, so please understand that. And then I think that, like, the way you've done this rendering, for example, it's the same thing. It's a collection of people just scattered about. You look at is that bamboo leaning against the wall? There's a dog running about. It isn't really experiential. And I think that when we do these drawings, we think we need to be careful, perhaps, of how we cut and paste people and animals and the bicyclist and that type of stuff. And I'm not sure that this paving is really what you're talking about. It looks like it's going to break everybody's ankles, but that's okay. They do that a lot in Mexico. You know, but I really like your project, and I just think that I'm curious if the three of you, if you were to say, okay, this is our first schematic design, where are you going from here with this, and how would you work with the architecture, the landscape, and the culture to create even a stronger, I mean, a real heart. I mean, something, you start with such a beautiful idea, and I think that you're starting to get to it, but it's still a bit heartless.
That will be, I think it's interesting. It's a very good question, Michael. And I think I would like the students to address, because definitely, this is crunching time, and, it's a team of 3 versus a team of 4 that our students, the other 2 teams had. So there is definitely room for development in the project. So it will be good for the students to address that question. So I would like to hear from them.
Yeah, I think we definitely could be more exploratory or more explorative with the material strategy, and kind of further that idea of how we use it to create different experiential qualities throughout the project. So I think that's something I definitely want to explore further, especially with the use of the paving strategy for the volcanic rock, and also the materiality of the walls and the roofs even. Just because I think, yeah, we missed the mark a little bit on how to generate those certain experiences.
I do think it's worth noting that we probably should have been a little bit more bold also with our design, because a lot of it was just in respecting the current conditions that there are and just facilitating them better. But I mean, as designers, we should probably be a little bit more extravagant with it.
Actually, it's a big challenge to contemporary and at the same time to take vernacular and use vernacular techniques and traditional architecture. I mean, I think that for us architects of 21st century, and for you guys especially, that you are the future generation of architects, I think that this is the challenge. So to be able to reinterpret cultural tradition in a contemporary way, in a modern way, in a way that works for the future, but at the same time, embrace and integrate the past. So I really appreciate your comment.
Also, I already previously mentioned this project was very enlightening, just because I am a historic preservation grad student, so I'm not actually an architect at all or a designer. So it was definitely a good challenge to learn how to design these kind of spaces.
Oh, I wanted to ask you earlier, what is your undergraduate degree in?
Art history.
Okay.
So my specialization in preservation is a lot more like history and narrative based rather than design work.
So, and I think Dean hit on this too. One other thing, I think water is like not just important everywhere, and how water flows and moves across the site, and how we embrace it, how we collect it, how we shed it, which I'd love to see explored in this project. But I think it's even more important in arid and water challenged sort of communities, which I'm assuming this might be, and especially in the time of climate change. And I would love to see the water tower itself embraced in some way, and what water means to the community, and how this project can instruct and be part of a solution for how we deal with water.
Yeah, no, and in fact, you guys had a water strategy that I don't know what happened to it. It totally disappeared. It went, I don't know where. And at some point in the process was, a very strong part of your narrative. And, that when I was writing my notes, as you were presenting, I was like, what is that? That's not part of the narrative. I don't know what happened. It got completely lost. Unfortunately.
Well, we had a landscape student a number of years ago that did a research project where they looked at water as an organizer of cities and landscape in southern Spain, and then compared it to Texas as something that had been in parts of Mexico that had been colonized, of course, by the Spanish, and how they transferred the technology, let's say to San Antonio from, Sevilla, or maybe not Sevilla, maybe Cordoba. And the role of water and irrigation as a system that might actually begin to give order to how you plant the trees, and how water runs through the landscape. And all of a sudden, the landscape doesn't just become sort of residual to the project, right? It becomes a whole nother ordering system, let's say, that's sort of part of kind of how the landscape is colonized. I think that could be really interesting as a layer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's what Michael Holleran is actually doing, right? His research on beaches.
Where do you have, sorry, Benjamin, where do you have the water, some design of the water in your project?
And you're asking them? Yeah, that is not there at all right now, but it was just last Friday.
Yes. So we did a relatively large redesign after mid-review, fixing the Zocalo's location. And with that, we originally had water channels going against the retaining walls and like kind of slipping off those roofs since they were slanted. But with the time crunch, we decided to abandon the project. I mean, the idea just because we didn't have time to properly research it and give it justice.
So remember the roofs don't even shed water really, or the sloping ones, because they're porous. They let the water drip onto the other roof. The other roof is the roof that will shed water or will collect water, will direct water. Just so keep that clear, kind of, right? And Dean mentioned that earlier. I'm not trying to take credit for all of everyone else's. Like one real quick thing before I forget, when you do your partial plans, always include a key plan, at least I think you should, so that I know the relationships I can see. So if I zoom into the basketball court, I love that, but down in the corner somewhere, have a key plan so I know what I'm looking at in relationship to the whole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really do think that your perspectives start to show really nice things, but then your entourage, your hyper realism with people, et cetera, really gets in the way. Like even with the basketball here, it's like, I look like, you sure this isn't a gym in Detroit somewhere? It says Mexico though, backward or whatever it says.
Oh, the uniforms are on backwards, yeah.
Yeah, that's
just kidding.
So this one's pretty nice, actually. I really like it. I like basketball a lot. So, but looking at this, you don't really see this notion that there's trees and foliage and that we're creating an oasis, maybe. But I don't know if that's the right word either. But I'll shut up for a while.
So, guys, I have a question. Why basketball and not soccer? This is my question. And then I have a note. So, based on what Michael said, what he's saying, can we go back to the plan? What he's saying, not this one, the other one, the general one, the master plan, let's say.
Master plan.
Yeah,
yes.
Getting to it.
And what he is saying is that in some way you already have a water project if you think of in some way collect the rainwater. Because if you think of collecting the rainwater, you can create, speaking of San Antonio, I feel in some way cold in place. So for example, if you have a system of rainwater, I don't know how to draw, I'm not good as you are, Benjamin. So, and the water collects, for example, somewhere, oops, here, I cannot draw, something is blocked. So if you have, oops, let's see, okay, the water collects here, you can create a system of acequias, what it says. So it's a little water channel, and this water channel work as a linear park. Therefore, all the vegetation here will grow very strong, creating the wall of trees that we were saying. So now you have to figure out how you have a pathway and at the same the water that is very thin, recycled water from the rain and the vegetation. But this is what he's saying. If you think that you can collect the rainwater and then run the rainwater along something, this is absolutely random, or maybe you want to collect the rainwater here and the rainwater has a catchment that works like this, here you will have your vegetation that works as a screen. So this is a fantastic proposal. Sorry, we arrive at the end of the project, Benjamin.
No, in fact, that's what they had. They had a lot of that going on, the acequias, the channels, a water collection system. And it's the last time I saw it. So, well, anyway, I think, yeah.
I'll be like Dean and say one last comment, but I'll
Absolutely.
probably get more, right? Is that two things is one the simplicity and the vernacular and everything, I think it should be pushed, and I think Berrigan's obviously the best example of that. And the other thing I was thinking is that the architecture itself needs to be like considered and conceived of with the same intensity of any other piece of architecture, even if it's simple. In fact, when it's simple, look at minimalism. You're the art historian, right? You have an art historian on your team. Look at minimalism and see how much attention to detail and how much time it takes to do something super simple. And then the last thing is, never let a mid-review critic screw up a good project. That's a bad joke.
That's true. I do want to say one last thing too, though. And you see my background here on my screen. You look at the pyramids of the Teotihuacan in Mexico, and when you think about el juego de pelota or the ball game courts in the ancient pre-Hispanic ruins, you see that the walls become audience seating. Just like in that shape, when the pyramid comes down, and then that's opportunity for stepping down, also for people to sit on them and then watch the game. And soccer was mentioned earlier, and Angela, and soccer draws hundreds of thousands of people. I don't know in this town how many people would live there, but all of them would be there on a soccer game. I bet you anything. And there's no room for them to sit around that game, especially when this is the Zócalo. This is the main place for everybody to gather and come as a community. So, it would be really exciting to see just the walls creating some steps by themselves coming down, in this fashion. I'm just drawing random walls that could become steps coming down, and using that topography, and that becomes also circulation and becomes structure for the adjacent buildings, and that becomes something else. And then that continuity and flow of material and activities and bringing people together is what I see the potential for this to become into.
Yeah, no,
This is a very nice idea. Nice idea. I grew up in a small town in Italy. I mean, I used to go there on vacation, and this is what exactly happened. There were just little walls, and people used to hang out there to watch the football games, different types, and it was really a very strong social event. So this is a very nice suggestion.
Do you?
No, I agree.
You guys have to go to the rendering of the socket or that?
Yeah,
continue, Dean. Sorry.
I was going to say, I completely agree. I grew up across the street from this Santiago Bernabeu in Madrid, and it's bigger than this. But this is actually not a soccer field. It might be a little recreational soccer field for kids to play, right? Which is great. It's not this field where 100 people are going to come and watch a match. It's the field where the kids are going to go whenever they have free time and hang out, and maybe their grandparents will hang out on the wall, and drink a Topo Chico and check out like what's going on with the kids, right?
But
I mean, I think it's that kind of space.
But also, Dean, the women's team is very competitive. And when they play the community that they're the most competitive of, it's going to get packed there if they do it right.
Right, so that's the basketball team, right?
Yeah. Soccer's not, you're just going to play futsal kind of thing here.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not a soccer field. It's not big enough. There's one in town somewhere, though, right?
But the same idea, though, of using the landscape as infrastructure for seating and all that sort of stuff is right on the
look at the rendering. That's whether or not it's intense enough is the real question.
Yeah.
And it goes back to that whole issue about boldness. And like, if you believe in it, you know, really believe in it, right?
I mean, I was thinking it might even go higher
Yeah.
than the upper level of the section, so that they're not sort of, one of their renderings shows a bunch of little steel railings kind of on top of all the retaining walls. And like maybe the landscape is cut and slopes and actually gets high enough to actually act as the railing on the other side, or become a seat looking in the opposite direction. So as you really sort of modulate
the other space.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that you know, we can pretty much wrap up the conversation if you guys agree. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting, and congratulations to the students that they really implemented a very nice and delicate project. So our suggestions, reviewer suggestions, were all focused on wishing you to be bolder, right?
Yeah.
To embrace with more courage all the elements of the project, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just seeing you moving through this project, I mean, this is a challenging project for sure. You know, you have to deal with so many components. On one hand, you know, being responsive to the community, the reality that they, you know, that they have or that you have to deal with, you know, being conscious of the resources, and simultaneously pushing the envelope, asking you to be ambitious and bold. The topography of the site as well, right? It's not just a flat site. It has some topography, some physical conditions that need to be considered. Simultaneously, there are other, you know, all these moving pieces, which are the programmatic elements that you wanted to bring to the site, and doing them, which was part of my perhaps what I was pushing in a cohesive manner, like in the way that they will look like, okay, this is a compound, there's a group of buildings, and having that conversations and creating those connections, especially working remotely, is obviously really can be really challenging, and especially when one of the team members is on a different time zone, right? So, so I mean, there are so many things here to overcome, and I think you guys did a very good job and I've made a lot of progress. There are things that I find, you know, that I saw on the very first schemes, and that you had kind of been looking at from the entire process that are somehow gone here, that almost feel like the project went a little backwards instead of moving forward. But otherwise, I think that you did a great job in addressing all the components, and especially, you know, I think Angela put it really sweet, as she mentioned, is a sweet project, being very empathetic, right, about the community, trying to be responsible, trying to make sure that what you present there is because this is going to be seen by the community, right? Eventually, trying to communicate that you are not being pretentious, or you are not, or you were not aware of what the conditions are. An architecture or a set of buildings that they will look at and say, yeah, right, it's because you live in Texas, you live in the United States, and you are coming here to tell us that we can do this, right? So you are trying to be empathetic. You are trying to make sure that the people can see themselves within those sites. Perhaps a little bit too much. Perhaps you could have pushed that. Perhaps you have all the components or the elements within your proposal that can be a little bit, I mean, a little bit more propositive, right? A little kind of pushing the envelope without spending much more money, without actually getting away from your philosophy, but actually looking at different components, different elements that can take this a little further. But I think that, you know, your philosophy, your sensitivity, trying to be responsible, trying to be humble, trying to address the issues of the community with some level of precision and reality, is really commendable. So I really think that you guys, in that regard, have done an excellent job. So those will be my closing comments for this group. So I want to thank the reviewers, right? I want to thank Angela, Dean, Mike, and Salvador for their contributions. It was a wonderful conversation. Thank you very much. We know that you must be tired at this point after these days of reviewing and looking at the computer, you know. But I have a group of friends who want to do a happy hour later today. I'm like I don't want to see the computer all day long. But anyway,
I mean, I wanted to congratulate you for daring to do this project, which is super challenging, as you just mentioned. And I've lived here in Minneapolis for 20 years, and I still don't understand Minnesotans. So to pretend that in a semester students would be able to understand a culture, our culture, would be incredible. But they did such a good job at entering into that arena, and your ambitious vision of putting this together was very commendable, and I really appreciate it, and thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Salvador. That's why you are my friend, my friend. It's you.
Thank you all very much. It was
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the students to stick around for another
See you
5
all
minutes and let the reviewers go. Thank you.
Whatever you do, do it with beauty and grace.